bad enough on its own, things quickly took an even darker turn. As time went on, the recordings became increasingly violent, likely in an effort to outdo one another and stand out in the sea of dozens, if not hundreds of similar videos.
Yeah, and they would just start assaulting people.
Things went from humiliating but physically harmless slaps to coordinated attacks resulting in permanent injuries. One of the worst cases of this happened on August 31st, 2009 in South London. A 67-year-old retired care worker named Ekram Haq left the mosque on Church Lane in Tooting, England after the evening prayer, where he was then approached by two boys, 15-year-old Hamza Lazai and 16-year-old Leon Elcock, wanting to make a happy slapping video. Things quickly spiraled out of control as neither of them held back, resulting in Ekram passing away a week later from a severe head injury he received during the incident. The two were eventually identified and arrested after police reviewed CCTV footage from a nearby camera. Both pled guilty to manslaughter, with Leon receiving a 4.5-year sentence and Hamza sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. The happy slapping trend as a whole eventually faded away after the UK and the surrounding countries started treating it as a significant threat to public safety, with France even criminalizing it and giving it a punishment of up to 5 years in prison.
But it's on its own different category as something else. Like, it's not just like assault. It's a happy slapping crime or like a performative crime.
Skullbreaker Challenge. On February 14th, 2020, 12-year-old Parker Smith was invited by his friends.
What is the name of this challenge?
Skullbreaker Challenge. On February 14th, 2020, 12-year-old Parker Smith was invited by his friends to film what seemed like a harmless jumping contest with them. He agreed, and on camera jumped the highest he could, but instead of landing safely on his feet, he fell backward and fractured his right arm. He was rushed to the hospital immediately, and fortunately made a full recovery over the following weeks.
What? Like, there's a challenge to just jump as high as possible? I feel like that's really normal.
However, what seemed like a simple accident turned out to be part of a disturbing internet trend his two friends were attempting to recreate. The so-called...
Oh. Is this that shit where they get you to jump and then they kick you or something and you, like, eat shit and fucking smack your arm? I remember that. Yeah.
Called a Skullbreaker
You stand in the middle and they fucking flip you.
Challenge required 3 people to stand in a line and somehow convince the person in the middle to jump. As soon as they did, the two on the outside swept the legs of the one in the middle who was usually unaware of what was about to happen. This caused them to fall backward, usually on their head, which is where the trend got its name from. It started earlier that year after a video of 2 students from Spain doing it on their friend went viral on social media platforms like TikTok, prompting countless imitators to try and recreate its success. And, as you might imagine, the results were disastrous.
Yeah, you land on the back of your head, you're fucking paralyzed.
With Parker being one of the lucky ones for walking away with just a fractured arm. Many others were knocked unconscious by the impact, suffered from severe concussions, and some even needed multiple stitches across their skull and face. The most devastating of these incidents happened on January 24, 2020 in Cherry Hill,
I think, like,
New Jersey, when
in New Jersey, did somebody die? Hold up. I was going to say, the harmless version of this is, you know when somebody's sitting in a plastic lawn chair? You kick the leg out and they fall. But they're going to fall a foot. They're going to fall on their side. That's like, you know, who gives a shit? Nobody's going to get hurt type of prank. But like, hey, jump as high as you can in the air. I'm gonna kick your leg so you fall in the back of your fucking head.
Suffered from severe concussions. Incidents happened on January 24, 2020 in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, when a group of 7th graders attempted the challenge in school. Unfortunately, the victim fell way too hard on their head, causing them to lose consciousness and have a seizure. He luckily survived the incident and eventually recovered without any permanent head trauma.
You think those students got expelled?
However, his initial condition was bad enough that authorities arrested the other 2 13-year-old boys.
Wow.
They were charged with 3rd-degree aggravated assault and 3rd-degree endangering an injured victim since the harm they caused was mostly intentional. Now, I wasn't able to find any reports on whether the
I think it was also the, can I say it's the strength at which you kick them. I don't think it's necessarily horrible if you do it to your friend and you get him to jump, you kick him, and then catch him. But if you're like, hey, buddy, jump, hup, hup, and then you just fucking, like beeline the shit out of his leg, so he actually just falls on the fucking back of his head versus like on his butt.
Charges were dropped or not. But even if they were, being arrested for
I don't think the strength matters. No, it's fucked up either way, but I think there is a level of like malicious intent or not involved. Like, I don't think everybody that wanted to do that challenge was like, I want to hurt my friend. But I think some people that did it were like, yeah, let me just actually try and injure them.
A dangerous internet challenge goes to show just how dangerous it can be. TikTok also stepped in and banned all videos of this challenge on their platform.
Bro, I remember seeing these videos.
Unfortunately, once something is on the internet, it never truly goes away. As evident from two girls finding videos of the Skullbreaker challenge, attempting it on one of their classmates, injuring them, and getting charged for it in November 2022, more than 2.5 years after the original fad ended. Fortunately, there haven't been many reports of kids getting injured because of this challenge ever since.
Remember the milk crate challenge? Yeah, didn't some woman actually go paralyzed from that? What sucks is I probably would have fucking done that challenge. Not thinking about it. Like, it's not even, like, a lot of these are like, hey, you're stupid. Why are you running in front of a fucking moving car? What's the milk crate challenge? It's a bunch of crates stacked in a pyramid. And it's like 1 crate, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. And then like back down, like a big tall tower. And the goal is to just run up and run down. But the higher you are, the less stable you are. And so you fall. But there's people that fell and you're falling like 5 feet off the ground now onto your head. They paralyze themselves, break their neck, something.
Kia challenge. Near the end of 2020 and throughout 2021, authorities in Milwaukee, Wisconsin noticed a significant increase in car theft. What made this even stranger was the fact that the majority of these stolen vehicles were either from Kia or Hyundai, with theft of these particular cars doubling or even tripling in some areas compared to previous years.
Isn't that, is that a challenge, or is that the fact that aren't there certain car brands and makes and models where they only made like 4 different keys for the cars? And so if you just owned a Kia key, you could just break into fucking other people's Kias.
However, before investigators could determine the cause of this surge, the situation spiraled beyond their control in ways they could have never expected. Put simply, stealing Kia and Hyundai cars became an internet trend called the Kia Challenge. It began on July 12, 2022.
Oh no, they're full stealing this car. This ain't no just, oh, I have a key that matches.
When a video captioned Kia Boys went viral for demonstrating just how easy it was to steal Kia and Hyundai cars manufactured between 2011 and 2021. All a thief needed was a screwdriver and any regular USB cable, since the connector just so happened to be the perfect size and shape to jumpstart the vehicle. This was a major hardware-level security flaw.
Wow.
In dozens of car models, and there was no permanent way to fix the problem either. Now, the original Kia Boys video was eventually taken down by TikTok, but the information was already out there and it already sparked the Kia challenge. Teenagers across the US started.
What, so you just break off the top, you break off the ignition, and then there's a little nub that sticks out and you just turn it and the car starts.
Breaking into Kias and Hyundais and posting their
That is absurdly easy.
Stunts on social media to participate in the challenge. While the stolen cars caused a massive financial burden for hundreds of innocent residents, the real danger of the Kia challenge came from what many of the thieves did once they had taken control of the vehicles. Since many
crashed into a fucking tree, totaled the car.
Many of them had no intention of actually profiting off the stolen cars and were only doing it for the internet, they began taking the cars for reckless joyrides around town, putting their lives and the lives of everyone else on the road in extreme danger. One of these joyrides led to a police chase, which eventually ended with the out-of-control car slamming into the concrete barrier and the teenagers who stole the car trying to flee on foot. The most
Bro has their bag. You're gonna flee on foot down a highway. Don't worry, bro. You're on Route 33. You'll find the next exit in 5 miles.
Flee on foot. The most disturbing of these incidents occurred in Buffalo, New York in October 2022, where a stolen Kia ride ended in a fatal crash, taking the lives of 4 teenagers. In total, the Kia challenge resulted in the loss of 8 lives before the disturbing trend was shut down by TikTok and other social platforms. Kia and Hyundai also had to settle a class action lawsuit for $200 million over the dangerously lax security in their cars.
Bro, I feel like that would warrant like a level of recall where you go to a mechanic and Kia has to pay for your car to get fixed, where they like change something out. Because you still able to just do that to those cars?
Car surfing.
Oh, they did do that. Okay, that makes sense. Where you could just bring your car in and they have to fix it for free. Not the mechanic shop. The mechanic shop would invoice Kia, and Kia would pay it.
Surfing or riding on the outside of a car as if it were a surfboard has existed as a trend long before modern social media was even a thing. It started gaining popularity in the early 1990s, compelling teenagers and young adults to speed down the highway while precariously balancing themselves on top. Today, most modern cars don't have much to hang on to on the outside to improve aerodynamics, which makes this already high-risk activity even more deadly. It only takes one small slip for even the most daring car surfer to fall into the road. Something that's evident from a 2008 CDC report, which
yeah, him spread eagle holding the outsides of the car, like if they whip a turn, you just fucking fly off. Like you don't have the grip strength for that.
Revealed that 58 people lost their lives while engaging in car surfing, and 41 others were severely injured since 1990. Unfortunately, the rise of social media and the desire to go viral with outrageous stunts have only driven that number higher ever since. Most recently, in May 2023, a 16-year-old boy tragically lost his life while car surfing out the back window of a...
In 2023? Bro, I don't think I've heard of people car surfing. I feel like that's not even... Can I say that's not a trend and that's just a dumb idea people just do? I wouldn't say that's really an internet trend. I feel like car surfing is just something that people are like, hey, why don't you just go stand outside of the fucking window?
Car when the vehicle lost control and rolled over. He would have almost certainly kept his life if he were in his seat with a seatbelt. Sadly, the car surfing trend is just as alive today as it was 3 decades ago, and shows no signs of fading away anytime soon.
You know how terrifying that would be to do on a fucking highway? Like, not that scary if you're going like 10 miles an hour, bro, but this guy's on a fucking highway probably going, even if he's going slow, still probably going 50, 60. Like, if he falls, he just dies. Or serious fucking physical damage.
Blackout Challenge. The Blackout Challenge has existed long before social media. The goal in this challenge is to achieve a brief high that comes from cutting off oxygen to the brain by intentional...
What? I thought this was going to go into the blackout rage gallon trend. Not this. People were fucking auto-asphyxiating themselves to get high and then ended up dying. What? Yeah, the Borg challenge is popular in college and like young people in their 20s. Where you shouldn't do this. So much alcohol. You usually get alcohol poisoning, blackout, throw up. It's bad. You take like a gallon of water, you fucking empty a third of it, and then you pour like alcohol, like hard alcohol to fill the rest. Shake it, pour like 2 Mios in, and then that's what you drank that day. You don't notice how much alcohol you're drinking. Yeah, and then you like name it stupid things. Yeah, Arthur Borgen. That part's fun about it, but it's like, I don't think Borgs are bad if you don't do a lot of alcohol. Like, if you want to do hard alcohol, water, and Mio, and you're only going to do, like, 6 shots of alcohol, and you're going to spend hours drinking it, that's different versus you being like, hey, I'm going to put a 5th of fucking whiskey. I'm going to throw an entire bottle of Jack Daniels. Now, I'm going to throw an entire bottle of Tito's vodka into this bitch, and I'm going to fucking drink that. Yeah, no, you're probably going to die. Isn't alcohol literally poison? Yes.
However, while many assume that blacking out from lack of oxygen is perfectly safe in the long run, that couldn't be further from the truth. The rewarding high in this challenge is in reality a dangerous form of cerebral hypoxia, where brain cells are deprived of vital oxygen. This can lead to seizures and hemorrhages. Even if someone survives the challenge seemingly unharmed, depriving the brain of oxygen for just a minute can cause permanent, irreversible damage. This can affect memory, reasoning, and other critical cognitive functions in the long run. The line between a fleeting, dangerous thrill and irreversible tragedy is terrifyingly thin, and once consciousness is lost, there is no way to control the outcome. Not to mention the very real risk of the person never waking up again. Unfortunately, many who try to recreate this challenge are completely unaware of these dangers, resulting in 82 people losing their lives between 1995 and 2007 alone.
Wow.
What makes this even worse is that almost all of these deaths were between the ages of 6 and 19. Much like other viral trends,
but they were just trying to give themselves a high by choking themselves.
Young, impressionable kids are especially drawn in, motivated by peer pressure or the need for validation, online or in real life. Which is why the resurgence of the Blackout Challenge through social media platforms like TikTok brought it to an even younger audience and left a devastating trail of victims.
Oh,
One of the most well-known cases
it got popularized like in the last 5 years.
Is that of Nyla Anderson, a 10-year-old girl from Pennsylvania. Her family found her unconscious on the bedroom floor on the night of December 7, 2021. They rushed her to the nearby hospital. Unfortunately, it was already too late. After barely clinging to life for 5 days, she tragically passed away without ever waking up. No one knew why she would do something like this, until investigators did a forensic analysis of her phone, which revealed she had been viewing videos of the challenge on TikTok. Another tragic instance.
Viewers of the challenge on TikTok. TikTok didn't take that shit down? TikTok was letting people just fucking film themselves choking themselves to get high?
Happened in April 2022 when a 12-year-old boy from the United Kingdom named Archie Battersby suffered catastrophic brain damage after attempting the challenge and passed away months later. And these weren't isolated incidents either. Numerous other children, some as young as 8, suffered a similar fate or other life-altering injuries after attempting this challenge. Sadly, despite social media sites' best efforts to suppress the challenge, it continues to spread to this day.
I mean, dude, those are certain things that you're not going to be able to fully stop ever, but you should have full restriction. I mean, social media should have, I understand the idea of like free speech and posting what you want to, you should not be able to post that shit. On TikTok, being like, hey, here, like I choked myself last night and I got high from it. What the fuck? All right, Scream 7 trailer.
Like, you got a haunted house.
When the festival ends and the comedians finally come out to talk, it's clear that the weeks of silence have only made things build up
I just
inside.
want to let everybody know you're welcome, okay? Flagrant went out to the Middle East, and then all of a sudden there's a hostage agreement, there's a peace deal. I'm just saying.
But let's be frank, you never wanted my friendship. You were afraid to be my debt.
People are so stupid.
You know, they are bigging it up with positive responses, and some of them who weren't speaking to anyone before the festival began have come up with defenses of why it wasn't just about a big payday.
Did you or the other comedians have any sense?
Dude, there was like, this was like 3 years ago. There was some sort of thing that happened with my management where they were like, we might be able to send you to Dubai. And I was like, what? They were like, yeah, they'll pay you. I was like, for what? And they're like, to just go. And I'm like, do what? And they're like, post videos of Dubai. And I'm like, who the fuck's paying me? Right? It didn't happen. I never even saw a contract. But I remember, this might have been 2 years ago, but it was like something where there's like, they have like a section or a budget. I don't know if it's like government money, but it's like basically built for like, you ever see when influencers just randomly go to Dubai? They're not paying for that shit. Like when they're posting about like how awesome Dubai is, like 89, 95% of the time, they're not fucking going just to go. Right? Like they're probably getting the trip covered at least and doing like a post, or they're probably getting paid somehow. Like that's just my speculation, but it's just like when you see this TikToker, like, cause I don't know how much every social media person makes, but I'm in the social space, so I could have a guess. And I'll see these guys that I know are TikTokers or like social media people that aren't making millions of dollars, right? And they're spending 3 weeks in Dubai in a fancy fucking hotel. I'm like, this trip probably costs $30,000 fucking dollars, and you brought your friends, right? Like, there's no shot in hell that you just randomly on a whim were like, I'm gonna do this trip. Like, they had to be at least covering it. Would you have done it? I don't even know what it was. I remember I just had a conversation with him, and I was like, what do you mean they want me to go to Dubai? I was like, what?
This kind of response when you got back?
No, I had no fucking idea because just for the record, I'm also doing London, England on that tour. So
how much for you to have done it? I think there's a difference between them being like, we'll cover your trip, you can do whatever you want. Like if I was able to just like actually show the city and like walk around and show how it was, I think that's different when it's like, hey, we want to pay you to do this, but you're not allowed to talk bad about us, you know? Like I have instances where I really wanted to work with a brand and have them cover something, but I've also wanted to be able to freely speak about said brand, and they don't do that. Like, I love doing alcohol reviews, for example. I've really wanted to have alcohol companies cover reviews for me and be like, give me a bunch of product, but they won't do it unless I don't talk shit about them. So I'm like, I'm not going to do a fucking review where I'm not allowed to openly speak my mind about said product, food, drink, whatever it is. So in the same instance, if they wanted to send me to fucking Dubai and be like, hey, you could talk shit on us, we don't care, I'd be like, yeah, sure. Why not? But if it's like, you have to go and here's a 9-page contract on what you're not allowed to say, I'd go, yeah.
There's like that element of racism to it where if brown people are doing it, it's up.
Like, you either have
What?
fans in other places or you don't. I will perform for my fans wherever they are in the world. People don't decide where they're born.
So you did it for the fans.
What was the backlash,
though? Tell me what was the backlash?
The backlash is just people who weren't invited and that don't even have fans outside of Brooklyn.
There's people over there that don't agree with the stuff that the government's doing, and to ascribe like the worst behavior of the government onto those people, it's not fair.
Right, yes. I mean, the people over, these are not good people over there.
Okay, so you also believe that the Chinese government and the Chinese people are exactly the same. It's just racism. I think it took me a second, because when people are going like, hello, you're doing something.
Well, no, I don't think anybody, she's saying like the people and the government's different. I think the difference is like you're getting paid by the effective leader or like a corporation that's funded by the government in some way, right? Like it would be different if you did a show in Dubai that was paid to you by some random investor or a guy, I think that's the difference. It's like, if the country's paying you, then it's like a no. But if it's like, oh, you're just in Dubai, the show's in Dubai, I don't think anything's like wrong with that. The show's in Saudi Arabia, the show's in the UAE, the show's wherever.
First of all, big shout out to Riyadh.
When did America become the moral compass on human decency and human rights? Did we forget 400 years of slavery? Did we forget about the genocide of the Native American Indian? Damn near wiped out an entire race of people.
As for whether this will affect future events, it's still up in the air. Now with that out of the way, Turkey moves on to his next target.
Tom Brady. And that's shocking. Tom Brady needs money. Tom Brady's got to be worth $1 billion.
Always admired the power of flag football, the fastest.
Oh my God. He's like being the head of flag football. Bro, they're paying him a bill.
Growing sport in the world. So I'm very excited to announce that I'm coming out of retirement and teaming up with His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh.
Well, I think it's also like, wait, what? Tom Brady's going to be playing in a Saudi flag football team?
Now I'd like to turn it over to His Excellency.
What? When? See, dude, no, they're actually buying everybody. They're buying everybody up, bro. What do you mean, Tom Brady, flag football, Saudi Arabia? What? He's in a flag football match in Riyadh in March 21st of 2026. It's a round-robin tournament with current and former NFL players, broadcasted by Fox Sports and hosted by Kevin Hart. My God. Like, do I think these events will be entertaining? Sure. But it's like, dude, they got to be, like, it's not, what do you think the goal is? Do you think it's like a PR move? Like, that's what they're insinuating is like, it's a PR move for Saudi Arabia. But I feel like there has to be some sort of monetary goal because they just got to be setting money on fire for this. There's no way they're making money back to get more people to come to Saudi Arabia. I knew a kid in my class in 5th grade that left the United States and moved to Saudi Arabia. Have never heard from him since. But I know his dad, like, had a crazy job offer there. So I always wonder, like, how he's doing. I don't know if he still lives there. Eventually, oil will move away from main sources of energy. Yeah, so they're trying to look for, like, a long-term financial stability outside of just oil, gas, and, I guess, black gold. They bought EA. Yeah, I know about that. They're buying everything. That's what I'm saying. But it's like Saudi Arabia, and there's just so many. It's like a lot of the countries in that area. I was referencing Dubai just because I think Dubai is also an example of like an area that uses a lot of like minimum wage immigrant workers, like underpaid, overworked. I don't really know what Saudi Arabia's laws are like. I know Dubai's a bit different, but the UAE as a whole is also different from Dubai. Dubai's like its own individual section of like financial freedom. I don't know a lot about Middle Eastern politics, so take everything I just said with a fucking grain of salt. All right. We're about to do a Wikipedia speed run with Handsome.
doctors wanted to learn how to erase memories.
And he thought that if you could bring a person back down to a blank slate, remove all the environmental inputs that have been put into them, and then you can build them back up in your image into whatever you want them to be.
The methods used were too
Yeah, but I feel like that's not even like not only not feasibly possible. Like, how would you, if you were to mind wipe like a 35-year-old man, how are you going, what are you erasing? How are you targeting specific memories? Because are you mind wiping everything they've ever known? Like, are you fully restarting, like, they don't even know how to speak? Like, what? Yeah, McChunky, I know his mind, but I'm saying, like, are you removing memories or are you removing functional capabilities as well? Because if you're removing just, are you trying to get rid of, like, okay, what their name is, their childhood, all this, and then they're going to be like a blank slate that still understands what math is in society, but they don't know where they are or who they are? Because, like, that's what you would want. If you were to mind wipe somebody to try and create them into some weird, like, sleeper, you know, agent that you can form to whatever you want, you would want them to still be functionally capable in a way that they still understand English and they still know what math is and they still know how to drive a car. They just don't know who they are, where they came from, how they got there. Yeah, like, literally, like, yeah, Bucky. Like some shit out of Marvel.
Many patients didn't understand what was happening. That made it nearly impossible for them to refuse. By the time patients were discharged, they were seriously affected.
He never came out the same. He had a blank look in his eye. He didn't know who we were. He didn't know we were his daughters.
MK Ultra experiments also took place in prisons. Inmates were given substances and their reactions were closely monitored. The program continued for nearly 10 years, and so many of the things they did were illegal.
They were also experimenting with aerosol LSD. Like, can we disperse it into a crowd? Can we...
Holy fuck.
Disperse it over a city? What does it do in water supplies? And just some insane stuff.
Well, what do you think's gonna happen? Like, there's people, when you willingly want to take LSD, there's people that have great trips and there's people that have bad trips. But I don't see a world where you dosed somebody with LSD without their knowledge and anything good happens. Like, okay, to put it in perspective, I've taken mushrooms, right, multiple times. I've tripped, and I've had good trips, and I've had bad trips. And I'm not advocating for mushroom usage. I don't think you should do it. You know, I think there is medicinal purposes, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to get into that. Okay, it's a conversation for another day. Besides that, if you gave me psilocybin and didn't tell me, I'm guaranteed tweaking. Guaranteed. I'm going to know that I'm tripping. But I'm going to go, what the fuck? Like, because you're just going to be in such a bad mindset.
1963, the CIA officially ended MK Ultra. This was the explanation recorded inside the CIA director's office.
His office reported, the concepts involved in manipulating human behavior are found by many people, both within and outside the agency, to be distasteful and unethical.
After the program ended, the CIA director ordered most MK Ultra files destroyed. The goal was to keep the experiments hidden, but that plan failed a few years.
Have you tried dipahydramine? Isn't that like Benadryl? What the fuck is that? Yeah, bro. I also gotta say, that's the most degenerative thing ever. Motherfuckers that take like 20 Benadryl and then see the Hat Man, that's dying. That's dying.
Years after it ended,
Bro called it by its medical term. Have you ever taken Benadryl? Yeah, I've taken Benadryl, not in high doses.
a reporter found out
Don't. Kratom? I've taken Kratom. I have a whole video on all the fucking things I've done.
about the program and blew the whistle.
In 1974, Seymour Hersh exposed the MKUltra program when he wrote about it for the New York Times.
The article caused public outrage. Soon after, Congress launched an investigation. The CIA was forced to admit the truth.
During those hearings, the CIA finally admitted that this program existed. They admitted that it was probably not the right thing to do, but they feigned innocence.
By then, most of the records were destroyed. That meant the full scope of MKUltra would never be known, and victims were left without justice. Up next is an experiment that intentionally instilled fear in people. The Landis Facial Expression Experiment. In 1924, psychologist Carney Landis began a study on human reaction.
I don't think think I've ever heard this one. Landis facial expression experiment?
He wanted to know if everyone makes the same face when they feel the same emotion, like fear, disgust, and so on. I mean, it was a reasonable question, but in trying to find the answer, Landis created one of the most horrifying experiments ever, and those who suffered most were his test subjects. Landis recruited young college students for the study. On paper, the plan was simple. He was going to trigger emotions like disgust and joy and capture them on camera.
So he needs to get you to feel emotions to get a picture of your face.
The first thing he did was...
This doesn't seem that fucked up, though, on surface level. Just trying to get, like, what's, like, a sour face is like, or, like, sad or happy. Like, how does this go bad? Like, he starts, like, hurting people?
Paint thick black lines across each volunteer's face. He said the markings would help track facial expressions in photos. Next, he mounted a camera on the wall. It was positioned to capture everything. At this point, it still looked like a normal psychology study. But things were about to get dark. Landis wanted to see the face people made when they felt uncomfortable. To trigger that reaction, he showed volunteers a set of unsettling images.
Then he shows you medical photos of people with horrendous skin conditions.
The volunteers were clearly distressed, and the camera recorded every reaction. Next, Landis moved on to fear.
Then he goes behind a curtain and sets off a firecracker to capture on film the exact moment of your fright.
He didn't just use firecrackers. Landis also fired a weapon close to the volunteers. Once again, his goal was to capture at the exact moment of their fright. Then the experiment escalated.
The slick back hair is different. A cinephile, that's somebody that loves movies.
It's the same with the heads of the 5 families in The Godfather. Sure, they all look like mob bosses, but they have small differences in their appearance.
We're all grateful to Don Corleone for calling this meeting.
How they style their hair, the type of suit they wear, and how fat they are, all goes a long way to tell us about their character.
He had all the judges and politicians in his pocket.
And this isn't just limited to side characters. Even the leads in the past had a more interesting look. They didn't all look like supermodels.
You look like 40 miles of rough road.
This is people like Sissy Spacek, Leslie Nielsen, and Cher. They simultaneously look like a normal person, but also have a unique look.
Completely normal individual.
Kurt Russell in Escape from New York was big, but in shirtless scenes his abs have little definition. Bruce Willis was handsome, but his receding hairline and modest muscles retain a sort of everyman look. And compare how Hugh Jackman looked in the first X-Men film in 2000 to Deadpool Wolverine.
Yeah, he looks better. It's like, how does Hugh Jackman in his 20s look more average than now?
So what is the effect of this? What is the
fucking ripped six-pack? Looks like he's on steroids.
Effect of seeing these regular looking people on screen? And how does seeing interesting faces work to make a movie better? Let's take a look at a few examples.
What have you done to it? What have you done to its eyes?
This is Mia Farrow in Rosemary's Baby.
I'm Rosemary Woodhouse.
As the film progresses, she cuts her hair shorter and begins to look paler and thinner. Visually, we understand the transformation the character is undergoing.
I'm not changing. I just want to go to Dr. Hill and get a second opinion.
Would this work if she was played by someone like Margot Robbie? I don't think so. It's Mia Farrow's unique look that helps make the character feel like an actual person that could exist somewhere, which makes us empathize with her more.
Dr. Hill, please.
It's the same with John Travolta in Blowout, Shelley Duvall and Jack Nicholson in The Shining.
Well, because the average person that's watching a movie that wants to relate to the main character isn't going to... Like, I get you casting fucking Chris Evans and Hemsworth for Thor and Captain America. They're fucking superheroes. They're not supposed to be everyday people. Thor is a god, right? But, like, when you have a regular taxi driver playing a role in a movie, you want that guy to be relatable, and the average person watching the movie isn't going to relate to a guy that's a 10.
In Star Wars, Luke and his family look like fairly ordinary people, whereas Grand Moff Tarkin and the Imperial officers have a much more austere look to them.
Fear will keep the local systems in line.
In the 20th century, the pool of actors to choose from seems to have been much more aesthetically varied than it is today. There was actors with big noses.
I got it, go ahead.
Big foreheads.
He's gonna prove it to the whole world.
Heavy-set eyes.
Did you know that?
And receding hairlines.
But you and me together, that'd be tops.
We subconsciously infer things about people's personality based on their features, which in turn helps them create a richer character without much heavy lifting.
Mentally, you picture my dog.
In Taxi Driver...
But I think they do so... Like, there's still TV shows... I think movies, it's gone away, but TV shows, they still have it. Always Sunny in Philadelphia isn't even filmed in Philly, but it still gives that Philly vibe. They look like regular-ass white people that live in Philly. Danny DeVito is like Danny DeVito. Like, sometimes they make him seem like a goblin, bro. He'll be naked crawling out of a fucking couch covered in oil. Like, I know that's part of the comedy, but it's like, they're not... like, imagine if Always Sunny in Philly was just like Margot Robbie, Brad Pitt as the old guy, and then, you know, Olivia Rodrigo. You'd be like, okay, well, these aren't regular fucking Philly actors. There's shows where they actually make fun of that. Like, I Love L.A. They make fun of L.A. culture. They look like L.A. people. They might live in L.A., but, like, they cast people that, like, fit this L.A. role, and it makes fun of that. So I love that show. I don't watch it all the time. I'll watch it with Brooke when she's watching it, but it's a good fucking show. But even back then, they had people that didn't... It's so weird, because I think on average, movies in general do cast higher attractive roles. But, like, dude, the cast of Friends, all attractive. All of them. Maybe Ross is, like, unconventionally attractive. But, like, Phoebe, Monica, and Rachel are all 9s, 10s, right? Very pretty. Joey Tribbiani, attractive guy. Chandler, attractive guy, right? Ross, I would say maybe unconventionally attractive, but he also was signed for that role. It makes sense, right? Like, Ross is still a good-looking dude. It's like all of them were 10s, almost. Chandler, I think Chandler was a good-looking guy. Obviously, he was dealing with, like, you know, problems where he was fluctuating in weight, and, like, he looked different depending on the scene, but I think overall he still looked good.
This guy, completely bald on top, but with a flow at the back. This guy with his scruffy beard and round glasses. And even De Niro himself with his 5 o'clock shadow and redness around his eyes. If you got into a cab and this was the driver, you wouldn't think twice.
Did I tell you to do that with the meter?
All of these actors look like they actually belong in the setting rather than just walking out of a dressing room.
Can I talk to you for a second?
And this is environmental immersion. In 1976, after Sylvester Stallone went 15 rounds in Rocky, his face was soaking wet, his hair sticking to his head, and he's covered in blood with his face fully contorted with bruises. But in 2015, after Michael B. Jordan fought in Creed, he's just got a subtle sheen of sweat and a small...
Yeah, bro, they make him look too good. I'm like, this is, bro, Paddy Pimblett in that UFC fight where he didn't get knocked out, but he got his head fucked up so bad that he literally looked like a pumpkin. His face was swelling so much. Like, get the hell out of here. I'm supposed to watch Creed and be like, oh, dude, his face is a little scuffed and he's getting killed this fight, but it'll be all right.
Bruise around one eye.
Like, I need to see one eye swollen. Stop! Like, that would put you on the floor. Bro, your face would be so fucked if you got knocked like that.
Stop! It's me!
At the end of Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire's suit is ripped to hell, revealing his bruised, dirty, and sweaty face. And
that's one thing I'll say about Spider-Man. People get upset with me. I think the first Spider-Man is the worst Spider-Man. I think that Tom Holland's Spider-Man is better than Tobey Maguire's, but I think Tobey Maguire fits the Spider-Man look the best out of any of them. I've loved Tom Holland the most. I actually think Andrew Garfield second, Tobey Maguire third, off of acting. But when you think of, like, everyday New Yorker, kind of a nerd, you know, a dweeb, getting these powers and then becoming a superhero, I'm not thinking of Tom Holland. And I'm not thinking of Andrew Garfield. I'm thinking of Toby McChud, you know? Chud McGuind people. Wandering Souls. Yep, there it is. The U.S. would play this for the people underground. Make you lose your mind so you'd run out of the tunnel and then they'd fucking shoot you in the face.
One of the bloodiest battles.
People don't realize how... No, I'm serious. Like, you hear about, like, you learn about war, bro, at such, like, a basic level in high school. Like, that shit, bro, like, no, like, people go, oh, war's bad, you're killing people. It's beyond that, dude. It was psychological torture to have to fucking fight in any of these wars.
Battles in history ended in early 1943 with the defeat of the German army. This marked a turning point in the war, but came at a staggering cost of over 2 million casualties.
I always think, dude, being in D-Day, man, that had to be So fucking scary. Being a guy that was getting shipped on D-Day, World War II, you're on a boat, just running on Normandy Beach, watching hundreds of people get mowed down. Explain D-Day? Bro, how do you not, like, see, why do I have to explain? How do you not know? D-Day was when the U.S. were storming the Germans on Normandy Beach, and the Germans had these concrete structures that were hooked with, like, fucking, like, like big automatic machine guns. And they had all these spikes on the beaches, so you couldn't really drive up on them. You just had to drop the boat a little, like, far back, and they would jump off the boat into the water. D-Day boats. So they would be in these boats packed like sardines, and they would drive up to the beach. This hatch would open. They would all run out. All of them would die. Not just the U.S. I'm saying from the U.S.'s perspective. I know there was other countries involved. I'm saying U.S., Germany. Germany was the people that were defending. It's like Saving Private Ryan, yeah. And you would go Canada, France, Australia. Yeah, it was the Allies. It was the Allies versus the Axis powers, but I'm pretty sure the only people on the Axis powers were Germans. Was there Italians in D-Day? I don't know if they were on the lines in D-Day or on the defending side. No, I think it was just Germans up there. I don't know. I'm not a genius on D-Day. Anyway, somebody said this was boring. Fuck out of stream, bro. Who gives a fuck? Imagine, bro, the first waves of these boats of, like, you know, all the Allied powers, literally all of them died. All of them died. Like, instantly. And the U.S. and the Allies' strategy was, we're just going to keep sending people. At some point, it was just numbers. It was a numbers game. We have more people than they can kill. And then eventually they got through.
In the Pacific, the Battle of Guadalcanal and the continued island hopping campaign resulted in massive losses on both sides. And Nazi Germany continued doing Nazi Germany things. So again, a horrible time. Number 2, 1347. Welcome to medieval times. You really can't say anything about the mid-1300s that doesn't involve the bubonic plague. In 1347, the Black Death began ravishing most of Eurasia and parts of North Africa.
You hear about the Black Death too, you just start getting black bubbles, growths on your body.
Within a few years, the plague killed roughly a third of Europe, which probably put a pretty big dent into the cappuccino and scarf industries. The plague was caused by a bacterium in the fleas of rats, and rats were basically the podcasts of the 1300s. Completely unwanted, but absolutely everyone had them. Death from the bubonic plague was swift, but painful. An infected person would develop horribly swollen lymph nodes, often accompanied by fever and diarrhea, and would usually be dead in under a week. Medicine of the time was primitive, to say the least. A popular cure for the plague included taking a healthy chicken, plucking its back and bottom clean, and then strapping it to the patient's open sores. The idea was if the chicken became ill, it was helping to pull out the disease from the patient.
Oh, bro, what? So they would try and move the illness from you to another creature?
Okay, let's check your chicken today. Oh, awesome! It's almost dead! You're doing great! This would be repeated until the patient or the chicken died. Often both in many cases. Chickens weren't the only...
What was the odds of living? If you had the Black Plague, what were your survival chances? Probably like 10%. No, I feel like it had to be higher than 0, chat. Come on. Survival chances were extremely low, up to an 80% mortality rate. So there were instances where people would survive. Survival depended heavily on the type of plague. Bubonic had an 18% survival rate, septicemic had a nearly 0, and pneumonic had a 0. The bubonic plague was the most common. You had about a 1 in 5 of living.
Only animal rubbed on boils. Plague doctors also tried rubbing cut-up pieces of snakes on them as well.
Awesome.
See, snakes were considered evil, and so was the plague. So the idea was that if evil things liked other evil things, putting the snake on a boil would trick the plague into following the snake and leave the patient's body.
Wow, so people were really fucking stupid at this time. That's absurd. Wow, that was like the best idea they had. Like, I would rather them go, let's pee on it. Like, I would rather them be like, yeah, you got a wound there. I'm going to pee on it. Then I'm going to rub an alive chicken's butthole on your fucking wounds. So it sucks the fucking... The fucking sickness out.
Another cutting-edge cure for the Black Death was eating crushed emeralds. People who couldn't afford emeralds would drink arsenic or mercury instead. which probably was just a little less effective than the chicken and the snake. All the anguish from this pandemic began to pull society apart at the seams. Many people took the chaos of the situation as an opportunity to steal from the sick and weak. Needless to say, people were so—
Steal from the sick and weak, bro. If you were one of the guys that lived, you were just straight rolling in it, bro. You just steal everybody's shit. Half the households ain't got anybody in them anymore. They're dead.
so scared to help one another. Many were left to die alone in misery. It took centuries for Europe and other parts of the world to recover from the mass destruction of the Black Death. Number 1,
Yeah, I could easily see, dude. If you're in the UK, over half of London dies. Like you're gonna need 30, 40 years to just rebuild society.
36. This is essentially a greatest hits of all the worst moments from human history. Things kick off with our old friend the supervolcano, which sent a cloud of volcanic ash over the entire northern hemisphere. This left most of the world in virtual darkness for 18 months, brought the global temperature down 30 degrees, and caused, say it with me, widespread famine. Things were extra bad in China, where dust rained to the ground by the handful, and 70 to 80% of the population died. The lack of sunlight led to crop failures, starvation, and social unrest. But wait, there's more! On top of extreme—
Yeah, that's pretty scary, dude, living in like perma-darkness.
Food scarcity, a plague broke out in Europe. People would break out in pus-filled boils before perishing by the thousands, making disposal of the bodies impossible. Bodies were heaped in piles or thrown into the sea, only to wash back up days later. And the southern hemisphere wasn't spared. To make things worse, 536 had a powerful El Nino that warmed the waters off the South American coast, killing fish stocks, flooding the coasts, and you guessed it, causing widespread famine. So yeah, 536...
Oh my god, dude. People are literally just like constantly on the... I feel like societies pre like 1600s were just constantly on the brink of death like every 50 years. Like, oh my god. Aldo now for like $1 billion contract. I'm pretty sure EA Games just sold to somebody in Saudi Arabia, right? Like an investor. Like they're buying up a lot. Like they own a lot. Like everyday shit you use, even if as an English speaking Westerner, is probably owned or functionally, I guess, profited by individual. They have EA. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's recent though. Mr. Beast 2? What do you mean? They didn't buy Mr. Beast's channel.
I hate Tom and Jerry's kinds of boxing.
Then creates his own organizations for soccer, golf, TED Expos, esports, and even signs contracts with the UFC.
With my brother Dana White, and
I perceive it as we don't know how much they're getting paid. I perceive it as an undeniable amount of money. Like, remember when so many people were taking stake contracts back when it wasn't banned on Twitch and they were making like XQC or like Trainwrecks, and like those guys were making like literally tens of millions of dollars. Like, I think for them to do like one comedy show, say their average base pay is like $250K, they're like, we'll pay you $2.5 million. We'll pay you $5 million to come perform one time. And they're like, yeah, funny money. Life-changing money, regardless of whether or not they have money already. Like, an amount of money that would retire your great-great-grandkids. Like, that's how much they're getting offered.
to have big card, next big card.
And WWE.
History will undoubtedly be made again. You are making history a lot lately.
Pretty soon it becomes painfully clear that if Turkey wants something, he likely has the means to get it.
The guy he looked at the scorecard.
Listen, they control the sport of boxing right now. I don't think it's hard for them
How much money do they have?
Steal anybody from anybody.
He and I have become very close friends.
What's his name? Turkey ala Sheik. $2.8 billion. But that's off of net worth. It's also the power that over 1.4 trillion for the whole family. Huh? The House of Saud, the royal family of Saudi Arabia, sits on a mind-blowing 1.4 trillion plus fortune. Huh? $1,400 billion. Their wealth began with the discovery of oil in their area in 1930s. What the fuck? $1.4 trillion? So they're just throwing money at shit.
Listen, they control the sport of boxing right now. I don't think it's hard for them to steal anybody from anybody.
He and I have become very close friends in a very short amount of time, and there aren't a lot.
I mean, they're so rich that it's like, even if they say no, it's like there's an amount of money that is irrefusable. By every national sport in the U.S., bro, they could literally just start, they could just start buying teams.
Deal like this with.
They could literally just own the NBA.
There's no people, actually. He's the only guy, to be honest with you, so.
I want to tell you, I don't have the magic. I have something more powerful than the magic.
Money?
Behind me, there is big mountain. You cannot see the end of the mountain.
This is a never-ending giant mountain of cash.
Over the next few years, he offers the highest level sports players absurd amounts of money to leave their league and come play in Saudi Arabia.
Each will have to answer for their part.
Damn, do you think there's people that have said no? There has to be, bro. If you're a pro athlete sitting on like $200 million and you love playing soccer and they come to you, you know, Turkey comes to you and he goes, I'm going to pay you $1 billion. Like, what's that? I'd be like, what's that doing for me? Messi? I mean, Messi still makes crazy money, but did Messi turn it down?
Participation.
Mbappe did too.
In so-called.
There's got to be. I mean, there's probably even more people like pro athlete wise or just like entertainers that are like, I don't care. Because they're already just so rich.
Sports washing, an attempt by the government to distract from the country's human rights abuses.
Some people turn it down. Lionel Messi turned down a reported $1.5 billion offer, and Tiger Woods turned down $800 million. But most of the
Tiger Woods could wipe his ass with $800 million. I feel like both of them probably could. Honestly, I get Messi and Tiger probably saying just no.
Time it only takes one or two big stars to fold for the rest of the league to follow.
Again, it comes back to my gut feeling about you that if it was just about money, you'd be in Saudi Arabia, right, earning this king's ransom. But that's not what motivates you. You want to keep at the top.
Exactly. 6 weeks later, guess where he is?
Exactly. 6 weeks later, signs to a Saudi team.
He took all the oil money. I've lost a ton of respect for him.
Ronaldo is a cog in the system of Vision 2030.
Biggest name in the sport to join the Saudi-backed Live.
I do wonder, I'm not saying this would ever occur. I'm not saying this would ever occur. I'm not saying this is what's happening, and I'm not implying that this is what's happening. Is there a chance that it's like, they come to Ronaldo and they go, hey, we'll pay you $2 billion to do this. And he's like, nah. And they go, I wouldn't say no if I were you. You know, like if you're a rich and famous guy and somebody that's 5,000 times as wealthy as you is like, I want you to do this. And you go, no. I'm not suicidal. Knock on wood. I'm not suicidal. I'm not implying that. I'm actually curious. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm saying, like, you could theoretically just be like, hey, you know, if you don't do this, your life's probably going to be a lot harder.
Golf League, Phil Mickelson, Face the Music today.
No matter how successful this tournament could ever be, it can't counteract someone being murdered, can it?
Nobody here condones human rights.
Bro was not ready for that question.
Violations. But again, I love this game of golf. I've seen the good that it's done.
Can you just clarify what you're apologising for? Is it you're sorry for speaking the truth about the Saudis? Or are you sorry for the shameless hypocrisy of taking their money anyway?
But the pressure is on all defecting golfers to...
I would assume if there's some contract that they're signing that there's probably not an NDA, but some sort of clause where it's like, hey, you're not allowed to talk about this.
Answer the moral question. How much money
if a reporter asks you a question about this, just say, I don't know.
Are you willing to take to ignore human rights abuses?
And even after enduring some of the most painful grilling of all time, Turkey's method is simply bulletproof. Fast forward to 2025, this year's plans are their biggest so far.
There is a big
What are they doing with iShow Speed? Bro, how much do you think they're paying him? He's starting his own soccer league. I think that's what it is, right?
price with him next year in basketball. He's a great man, and he have a great idea, and we...
Bro, Shaq has made money in every single marketplace that you could ever make money. Shaq gummies. Shaq was a DJ. Shaq did an Old Spice ad. Shaq's done insurance ads. Shaq's done fucking banking ads. Shaq's done NBA. Shaq's done everything. Like, that is the least surprising... like, them getting Shaq is not surprising to me.
The entertainment sector is branching out to content creators, and now even comedy.
We're gonna talk about the crisis in Spain. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the crisis in Africa. Yeah, Russia. And I wanna talk about...
Sorta.
Though this is no democracy, and there are...
What the fuck was that?
Red lines.
The sex and religions and this Trump job. I don't know what's Trump job.
Was that like a skit?
But
politics.
Yes, exactly.
Despite the country's insistence that conditions have changed, free speech is one thing that's not quite there yet.
A Saudi blogger was sentenced to 1,000 lashes for running a website advocating free speech in the country.
Needless to say, no one's expecting a comedy-related event anytime soon. But against all odds,
they're giving out lashes?
Turkey does it. 2 weeks, and over 50 of the world's most popular comedians, making this easily the biggest comedy festival in history. Definitely the most expensive.
Behind me, there is a big mountain. You cannot see.
Who did they get? Gabriel Iglesias. They already talked about a bunch of other people. Aziz, Pete Davidson, Kevin Hart, Dave Chappelle. Why are they cartoons? That's the podcast guys. I always forget their names.
Definitely the most expensive.
Behind me, there is a big mountain. You cannot see the end of the mountain.
Just like the previous buyout, some people turned down the money outright.
They were asking me to go to the Middle East soon.
Where? Why?
Saudi Arabia and UAE.
Dubai?
I think I'm gonna pass.
Yeah. For the troops? Is it for the troops?
I swear to God, they probably offered Shane. Like $30 million.
Not for the troops. It's for the Saudis.
For the fucking 3-day adventure.
For the Saudi princes?
Yeah, and everyone's like, yeah, you should do it. Everyone's doing it. It's like, for Saudis?
Yeah.
Weren't those the 9/11 guys?
But in the end, they get a...
See, now I don't... Entirely different thing. You know, see, that was also probably, I don't know if he was joking or not, because this is a podcast. Regardless, yeah, a little on the nose, a little more than on the nose. I would say that's the problem with Saudi Arabia now is what has been, being discussed in this entire video. 9/11 is literally like an extremist group that did terrorism in the United States in 2001. Right. I think that is separate from modern day Saudi Arabia or just Middle Eastern people.
I think I'm going to go.
You're going to go?
Well,
and from there, it's follow the leader.
September 11th, theater at MSG, and then September 27th, Saudi Arabia with...
Yeah, I love how they're shouting it out. Oh my God, yeah, I'm going to fly over to the fucking UAE right now. Oh my God, October 9th? Oh, dude, I'm fucking free. Let me hop on a fucking $8,000 flight over to the fucking UAE.
Doing it too, right?
I am.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
October 8th. I figured the 7th would have been important, so
People talk about it here and there. However, it's not until 7 months later that people really start to express concern. Television actor Zach Woods posts a video to TikTok giving his 2 cents.
All of your favorite comedians are performing at the pleasure of Turki Al-Sheikh, and he is the head of the entertainment authority over there, and he has so many people thrown in prison because they tweeted stuff he didn't like about the soccer team or whatever, that there's a wing of a prison nicknamed after him.
And just told the volunteers to close their eyes and stick their hands into a metal bucket. Inside, they felt something slimy. The bucket was full of live frogs, kicking and squirming. Landis recorded their expressions, but he wasn't finished. He instructed them to search the bottom of the bucket for an object.
So after searching...
Can't they just say, are they required to do this? I feel like at some point a volunteer would be like, no. Like, second bro fires a gun off in the room, I'm out.
Through all these frogs for some time, finally, the participant found their surprise.
Their hands touched a live electrical coil. An electrical shock ripped through their bodies.
So the participants were also getting shocked by that time. And that time, they were facial expressions were also recorded.
Still, Landis...
And why are we doing this? Like, what is this bettering in science? Like, what is learning the human facial expressions gaining?
Wasn't satisfied. He wanted stronger reactions. Landis brought out a small mouse.
Oh my God, and fucking kills it.
Was alive. Then he ordered each volunteer to end the mouse.
And if they didn't, he would do it for them in front of them
while they watched.
Almost everyone asked Landis if he was joking. They quickly realized he wasn't. Landis wanted to take a photo of their faces as they carried out the act. Many volunteers refused at first, but Landis pressured them. One by one, most of them gave in. About 1/3 refused to do it themselves, but Landis didn't let them off the hook. Landis did it himself. He made them watch. The camera clicked again and again. The experiment was over. Now it was time to assess the results. After triggering all of these emotions, Landis reviewed the photos, and he found no clear pattern. There was no typical facial expression for any emotion. Fear, disgust, and shock looked different from person to person. In fact,
you had to fucking kill a mouse in front of people and electrocute them and shoot a gun near them to figure that one out? I mean, this guy's an idiot. This guy's... I could have told you that. I could have told you that from just watching people on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, what smiling looks like for some people is different for others.
Smiling was the most common reaction, even during unpleasant experiences. When Landis published his findings, many people criticized how the volunteers were treated. The part involving the mouse caused the most outrage. That's why today, the Landis facial expression experiment is remembered for its cruelty, not its science. Up next is an experiment that had lasting consequences on a child. The Little Albert experiment. Fear is a survival tool.
I'm shocked at how I haven't heard of, I heard of the first one, that was it.
It warns us when danger is near.
Like, he's going through some fucking niche experiments I've never heard of.
The Little Albert experiment.
Little Albert.
Fear is a survival tool. It warns us when danger is near. But for decades, psychologists argued about where fear comes from. Are we born with it, or does the world teach us what to fear? In 1920, 2 researchers decided to stop debating and find out for themselves. They wanted to train someone to fear something specific, even if that thing was harmless. Before the experiment could begin, they ran into a major issue. They couldn't use adults. Adults already have memories and life experiences, so they know what's scary and what isn't. The researchers needed someone with no sense of what could be scary. Ideally, they needed a baby. The researchers eventually found a baby in the hospital where they worked.
It is weird how, young infants don't fear, scary masks, because they still don't have a full recognition of what, a normal human looks like. And then after a while, right, when they're 3 or 4 or whatever, clown masks and shit are terrifying.
The baby's real name was never recorded. In the study, he was called Albert B. Albert was only 9 months old. The researchers planned to teach him fear. To do this, they used a method called classical conditioning. Here's the concept. If you pair something harmless with something frightening, the brain may link the two. If you repeat that pairing enough times, the brain learns a new rule. This object means danger. The researchers decided to test this idea on little Albert. They began by showing him a white lab rat. Albert showed no fear. He tried to touch the rat. Next, they showed him a rabbit, a dog, and a monkey. None of the animals frightened him.
First, as you see here, the investigators demonstrated that prior to conditioning, little Albert had no fears of any animals.
At that point, the scientists needed a way to trigger fear. They struck a steel bar using a hammer. The noise startled Albert, and he burst into tears.
I mean, but do we really need to do an experiment on Albert to know this? I mean, you could just know that through, regular dog conditioning. If every time you want, for example, every time you need to take your dog out, right, when they're a puppy, you ring a bell by the door. You take your dog out, ring a bell. Take your dog out, ring a bell. Now the dog associates having to piss or shit with the bell, so it rings the bell when it has to go poop. In the same sense, you're going to link 2 things. That's just any animal brain is going to do that. You didn't need to do this to figure that out.
Now they knew what made him scared. The researchers showed Albert...
Yeah, Pavlov dogs already proved that. That's what I'm saying. But, why are we doing this then? Why are we now showing the kid a rat and fucking striking a drum or a bar or something to scare him?
The rat again. He smiled and reached for it just like before. At that exact moment, they made the loud noise again.
In the conditioning phase of the study, which was not filmed, the investigators struck a steel bar with a hammer whenever Albert reached for a rat.
Albert heard the noise and cried. To strengthen the connection, they repeated the process. After several rounds, the scientists finally got the result they wanted. Albert didn't need to hear the noise anymore. Seeing the rat alone made him cry.
The investigators believed that the child's reaction during this trial demonstrated his newly acquired fear of white rat.
They successfully taught a baby to fear something specific, but the experiment wasn't over yet. The researchers wanted to see if Albert's fear would transfer to similar objects, so they placed a rabbit in front of Albert. It was white and furry, just like the rat. Albert cried. Next, they brought in a dog and a monkey. He cried again. It seemed Albert was scared of anything soft, white, or furry. They even showed him a Santa Claus beard, and he burst into tears. The researchers planned to remove the fear later, but they never got the chance. Albert's mother suddenly left the hospital with her child. Maybe she realized something was wrong. No one knows for sure. What we do know is this: Albert never received treatment to reverse the fear. For decades, Albert's identity remained a mystery. Researchers only knew he was born around 1919. Finally, in 2014, investigators believed they finally identified him. They concluded that he was a man named Albert Barger. They wanted to interview him, but they couldn't. Albert already passed away at the age of 87. Instead, they spoke with his family. They described Albert as gentle and calm, but there was something strange about him. Albert couldn't stand being around animals. It was so bad that family members had to keep their dogs in a separate room when he visited. If Albert Barger was...
Wow, they really, after one day of doing this, or like 2 days of doing this, it like permanently fucked him up?
really little Albert, it's possible that the fear from the experiment never faded. The little Albert experiment showed that fear can be learned through classical conditioning, but the fact that they used...
Do you think there's any way that could have been reversed, though? Like, through... Like, I think what they would have had to do is, like, the mom would have had to, like, slowly, immediately try to reintroduce animals. Like, if she just left and then went on about her day and kept raising her kid, yeah, like an exposure therapy. But, like, immediately.
The baby was just wrong. This next case answered the question, how easily can you make a good person do bad things? The Milgram shock experiment. Most people believe
I've heard of this one.
They are good. In the early 1960s, psychologist Stanley Milgram decided to test that belief.
Stanley Milgram was interested in the psychology of obedience.
Milgram designed an experiment to answer one dark question. Can a good person be pressured into doing something evil simply because their leader or boss orders them to? Milgram's question was inspired by the events of World War II. After the war, many people involved in horrific crimes were put on trial. Almost all of them gave the same excuse. They were just following orders. As a psychologist, Milgram found this blind obedience deeply troubling. He wanted to know if ordinary Americans could also be pressured to hurt others.
He decided to see how subjects would react when a researcher pushed them to do things that went against their morals.
The first step was selecting volunteers.
But they didn't actually shock people in this experiment, didn't they? Like, you could say psychologically this is fucked up, but they didn't actually make people shock somebody else. They would press the button and then somebody would fake scream in the back and be like, ah! And then they'd do 100 volts. Ah! They'd fucking yell. And then eventually, like, if it got to a high point, like, they wouldn't respond or something.
Of his experiment. He put out an ad offering $4 for 1 hour of their time. But Milgram turned away anyone with a violent history or criminal record. He wanted everyday people who knew right from wrong. Once the volunteers were selected, the experiment began. Milgram conducted the study at Yale University.
$4. What year was this? $4. It was after World War II, so it's like at least, it's probably the 50s. So it's the 70s. When was the Milgram? 1961. $4 in 1961 today. $43.
University. But he lied to the volunteers about the purpose of the experiment.
Volunteers were told they were taking part in scientific research to improve memory.
Each volunteer sat at a desk with a machine in front of them. That machine delivers a shock. Wires connected the machine to a chair in the next room. Each volunteer watched as another man was strapped into the chair. Electrodes were attached to his body. Then a barrier was placed between them. From that moment on, the volunteer could not see the person in the electric chair. The instructions were straightforward. The volunteer would ask a question. The man in the chair would answer. If the answer was wrong, the volunteer pressed a switch and delivered an electric shock.
You're going to read these words out and see if he can remember them. And if he gets it wrong, you hit this button and deliver a shock.
But the shocks weren't all the same.
He was told to increase the voltage with each wrong answer.
That was the task. Press a button and shock another person for making a mistake. Milgram wanted to see how far volunteers would go before they refused.
Cloud, horse, rock, house. Answer. Wrong.
Each shock triggered a reaction from the man in the chair.
Answer. Wrong. 150 volts.
However,
150 volts? Wouldn't that fucking kill you? How many volts? How many volts kills someone? Above 50 volts is considered dangerous.
there was one more thing the volunteer didn't know. The man in the chair was an actor. He wasn't actually being shocked. His reactions were fake. As the experiment continued, the actor yelled to stop.
Experiment, that's all. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, please. I refuse to go on. Let me out.
At this point, the volunteers hesitated.
He says he's not going to go on. Please continue.
He says he doesn't want to go on.
We must continue.
But the researchers insisted they continue.
The experiment requires you continue, teacher. Please continue.
And most volunteers did. They felt they were doing something wrong, but they kept pushing the button.
So the guy keeps getting it wrong. Around 250 volts, he's screaming.
Some volunteers strongly protested.
I'm not going to kill that man there. I mean, who's going to take the responsibility if anything happens to that gentleman? I'm responsible for anything that happens here. Continue, please.
Eventually, the man in the other room went silent.
I think something's happened to that fellow in there. I don't get no answer.
Oh my god, dude. You know how scary that is? You do the last shock and he just has no fucking response?
At that point, the experiment ended.
And now you just think he killed somebody?
Published the results in 1963.
2/3 of volunteers were prepared to administer a potentially fatal electric shock when encouraged to do so.
In total, 65% of volunteers went all the way to the maximum 450 volts. That meant that if the shocks were real, they would have ended the person in the chair. Milgram's experiment proved something disturbing. People don't need to be evil to do harm. Sometimes they just have to be told to do it.
Decent American.
It's a fucked up experiment, but this is like one of the only ones where what was taken away from it is like, it explains a lot of like war, where one guy can make millions of people die by basically just commanding the people below them who command the people below them who command the people below them.
Citizens were as capable of committing acts against their conscience as the Germans had been under the Nazis.
The monster study. What could make an experiment so disturbing that people called it the monster study? The study was created by Wendell Johnson. He was a respected professor at the University of Iowa. Despite his success, he lived with a deep personal struggle. Johnson stuttered a lot. Stuttering is a speech impediment that disrupts the normal flow of speaking. Back in the 1930s, doctors believed stuttering was caused by a biological defect. In other words, stutterers were simply born that way. But Johnson had a different theory based on his personal experience.
You know what fascinates me is Tourette's. I've seen people with Tourette's. I've never actually met somebody with Tourette's. I've always wanted to know, like, how that works. You know? Like, I know this, like, the science behind it, but I'm saying, Jynxzi has Tourette's? Jynxzi has Tourette's? He has, like, smaller tics, though. Really? What, where he blinks? Yeah, like this? I thought he just does that. I'm more so talking about people with Tourette's that outburst physically. You know what I mean? Like people that curse, like they just have like things they say. Like usually they'll have like a set few that kind of just like outbursts and then like maybe they change over time. I'm just like, how does that work? Like your brain just immediately... 6 most disturbing internet trends.
Angel of Death Challenge. On June 3rd, 2022, an 18-year-old teen tragically passed away after falling in front of a truck in Tangerang, Indonesia. However, what made this particular incident stand out among the dozens of traffic-related deaths on Indonesian roads every day was that this was not an accident.
In 2022, 31,000 people died in Indonesia due to road crashes. 2% of all deaths in the country. How many people die of car crashes in the U.S. every year? 40,000 motor vehicle deaths. God damn. I know there's like fucking 400 million people in the United States, but that's still insane. Indonesia, it's even more crazy because their population is fucking so much less. Oh, no, it's not. It's 100 million less, which is a lot, but percentage-wise, like 30% less.
This was not an accident. Instead, this was the result of one of the most disturbing internet trends that was sweeping the country during this time.
Oh my god, to try and jump over a fucking moving vehicle?
Actually started back in 2021, but exploded in popularity in mid-2022. The trend was called the Malaikat Maut Challenge, or the Angel of Death Challenge in English. It involved TikTokers, mainly teenagers, playing a game with oncoming traffic, particularly loaded trucks. Their goal was to
like chicken?
Run out onto a busy street in front of a truck, hope it stops before hitting them without flinching, and post the video of the stunt online. But
what? And that went viral. So it's not even chicken. The premise of the video or the challenge is that they run out the fucking semi trucks hauling down the fucking road, and they just see if they get hit or not. And then if you don't, you win.
Completing this dangerous challenge successfully was a lot harder than many of its unfortunate participants realized. Most of them jumped onto the road as the truck got extremely close, giving the driver virtually no time to notice them and apply the brakes. But even when drivers had enough time to see the kids performing these stunts, they still couldn't slow down in time to prevent tragedy. Trucks usually carry heavy cargo, and that weight doesn't stop on a dime. The heavier the load, the longer the braking distance, sometimes stretching dozens of meters, even—
Yeah, you're not even really testing the person. You're testing how far and how big of the load they have is whether or not you fucking live or die.
after the brakes are fully pressed. So by the time the drivers reacted, it was already too late. Not to mention the fact that this trend was also putting the truck drivers at risk, both physically and psychologically.
Oh yeah, they swerve off the fucking road. They're just waiting for people. Like, yeah, if you're an Indonesian truck driver, you're just worried people are gonna fucking jump in front of your car.
For one of these cases, involving a 14-year-old participating in this challenge, the driver fled the scene, likely out of fear of facing criminal charges. If he had instead stopped and cooperated, the footage the teenager's friends captured for TikTok would have proven his innocence. But by running away, he turned himself into a hit-and-run suspect, potentially jeopardizing his job and even his freedom depending on the charges he received. Following the incident in Tangerang, Indonesian police acted quickly to prevent further tragedies. They managed to stop 14 more kids from attempting the same dangerous stunt that very day.
And they were still doing it after they knew, like, a lot of people that were participating were just dying just for the views on TikTok. Holy fuck. I've never even heard of this. Dude, this reminds me, it's not in the same thing, but it's like, you know those insurance fraud people in the United States that'll purposely jump in front of moving vehicles so they can claim injury and sue you? Those people are fucking losers. I saw one where a guy had a dash cam. They jumped in front of his car. He fucking hit him. And then he was like, he rolls down his window. He goes, I have a fucking dash cam, and just keeps driving. And the person they hit probably just fucking broke their leg or some shit. Like, it's not even a hit and run. I don't know. I don't know if that's illegal for him to do, but I was watching that. I was like, God damn, bro.
Continued to monitor the city over the upcoming months. However, the attempts in Tangerang, Indonesia were only a small part of the global trend that cost several lives and left many others with life-altering injuries over the next year. Thankfully, TikTok eventually stepped in and removed all content related to the Angel of Death challenge.
Oh my god, it was actually called the Angel of Death challenge while it was going on. It wasn't like coined that after.
And since social media validation was the main reason participants took part in this
yeah, bro, like that, he was just gonna fucking go stand in front of that shit.
Was the main reason participants took part in this dangerous trend. The platform's ban caused it to gradually fade into obscurity. Happy slapping. On the 21st of January 2005, the Tez magazine in the UK reported on a new trend spreading rapidly across.
Isn't there a known trend in like New York and in other big cities where like teenagers will ride on the top of subways or trains and just get fucking like clipped on a railing or something and just die? And they just still do it. But I don't know if it's like a trend for social media or if it's just like a way to fast travel. Yeah, they'll like subway surf and then just get fucking murdered.
Across the country, something they referred to as happy slapping. Contrary to its name, however, the trend was anything but happy. In essence, it involved people, often young adults or teenagers, going up to a random person, slapping them, recording their shocked reaction, and then sharing that video with others.
So it was just an assault challenge. Walk up, slap, punch somebody in the face, see what they react.
Personal camcorders and phones with cameras were becoming a lot more accessible during this time, allowing the attackers to record their crime and share it as
I'm assuming they slap somebody and then the person they slap ends up pulling out a gun or a knife and killing them.
Something funny. These happy slapping videos were shared all over the internet for the whole world to see. As for how this trend initially started, some reports from the time linked them to violent TV shows like Jackass and Dirty Sanchez. A big difference between these shows and the happy slapping videos, however, was that everyone on TV consented to enduring the pain on camera. The people filming happy slapping videos, on the other hand, usually targeted complete strangers and bystanders for what they perceived as social clout.
Yeah, Dirty Sanchez. Isn't Dirty Sanchez when you shit on somebody's face and so it looks like a mustache?
As a media expert from that time explained it, what we see the kids watching these shows doing is thinking, well, maybe I could stage my own scenes of pain and humiliation along these lines. Then with happy slapping, people are drawn in as random victims rather than the kind of voluntary performances we get in the shows that are being copied. I think happy slapping has become a shortcut in the eyes of the slappers to fame and notoriety among the people who see the images circulated on the web or sent to them via their mobile phones. And while those aren't
triggers you to do it unconsciously. It makes more sense like the with the eyes like blinking, because it's like a physical just twitch almost, versus something that's like verbally being like a vocal stem.
Apparently, he had spoken normally his whole life until the age of about 5 or 6.
I gotta ask Jynxzi about that.
6, when a teacher told his
Does he talk about that?
Parents that he was starting to exhibit a bit of a stutter.
That comment from his teacher was a trigger. Johnson became anxious about speaking.
He coughs.
Over time, he actually...
I've never noticed. See, that's what's so... I've never... and I've played games with him, and I watched Jynxzi. I've just never... I've noticed the blinking, but I thought that's just him blinking.
Developed a stutter.
Looking back, he concluded that it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Had he not been...
Talk to Lacey about it. Does Lacey have Tourette's?
So worried about not developing a stutter and so obsessed over his speech, he never would have become a stutterer.
Well, yeah, okay, sorry. We're getting really sidetracked. The coughing I also didn't notice because when I've been playing with him recently, he had the flu.
Johnson wanted to prove that stuttering was caused by negative feedback, not biology. To do this, he needed kids he could study without interference. In 1939, Johnson walked into an orphanage and told the staff a lie. He said he wanted to give the children speech therapy. The staff agreed, thinking Johnson was there to help. Johnson ran the study with his graduate student, Mary Tudor. Together, they selected 22 kids. Some were stutterers, others were not. The researchers divided them into 4 groups. The first group was made up of kids who already stuttered. The goal was to help them feel calm so that their stuttering stopped, so the researchers praised them all the time. Everyone in the second group was also a stutterer. In this case, the researchers wanted them to feel anxious so their stutter would worsen, therefore they were criticized constantly. The third group was full of children who spoke normally. They were praised and encouraged to keep speaking just the way they were. Then there was the final group. These children spoke perfectly before the
oh my god, and they wanted to give them a stutter?
Study, but the researchers wanted to make them start stuttering. To achieve that, they were constantly criticized. They were accused of stuttering even when their words were clear.
They were told, you must try to stop yourself immediately. Use your willpower. Do anything to keep from stuttering. Don't ever speak unless you can do it right.
After that, the researchers...
Holy shit.
Recorded what happened to each group. The 2 groups that received negative feedback were deeply affected. The children who already stuttered became more anxious, and just like Johnson predicted, their stuttering got worse. But what about those the researchers were trying to turn into stutterers? Well, that didn't work. The criticism did not make them suddenly start stuttering. However, it shattered their self-confidence.
Every child in this group began to struggle in school. Some of them refused to talk, even to their friends.
One was so distressed that she ran away.
Literally just giving people anxiety.
Away from the orphanage. This clip sums it up well.
The children who were given negative feedback became more withdrawn, self-conscious, and frustrated, whether or not they actually had a stutter to begin with.
When Johnson shared the results with his colleagues, they were horrified. They warned him that publishing the study could destroy his career. According to reports, they were the ones who nicknamed it the monster study. Johnson never published the study. He hid the documents and hoped his actions would stay buried.
The children also weren't debriefed after the project was over, and
they just left? They didn't go, hey, you were a part of an experiment, by the way, to try and like somewhat mend the fucking anxiety that they gave them. They just left. They were just like, all right, well, we couldn't help you.
There was no real follow-up on how they may have been affected by the study long-term.
When Johnson passed away, he was praised as a respected professor. At that point, no one knew about the orphans, but that changed in 2001. A reporter uncovered records of the monster experiment. When the story became public, people were outraged. Some of the kids from the experiment were still alive. They were now in their 80s. Most claimed they struggled with anxiety and shame. The survivors sued the state of Iowa, which is where the study took place. In 2006, 1997, the state paid almost $1 million in compensation. There was no debate. The monster experiment should have never happened. This next experiment got so destructive it had to be stopped early. The Stanford prison experiment.
Somebody said, wait, this happened to Jynxzi. Bro, you're a dumbass. This happened in, like, the fucking 30s, bro. There was just a picture of kids in black and white from, like, almost 100 years ago.
This experiment was designed to create an atmosphere of oppression.
I'm sorry, that was rude. I was just a stupid... You know how they say there's no stupid questions?
For years, Zimbardo studied how people behave in prisons, the military, and even offices. In each place, he noticed the same pattern. People in power often treated others badly. Over time, Zimbardo formed a theory. People didn't commit cruel acts because they were born evil. They did them because the situation allowed it. Simply put, power can bring out the worst in people, but it was only a theory.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to say this is also one that, you probably could have known the result beforehand, but I think like a lot of philosophers talk about this shit too, where it's like a lot of religions and a lot of just like historical proceedings in general and how everybody's desires root in power. Not everyone's, but most things that people want result or root in power. If you want money, money is power. If you want, to be athletic, athleticism is power. If you want this, like, everything that you go to is some level of power or, like, power trip in some way that people try to achieve.
To test it, he needed to create an environment where power could be abused. That idea became the Stanford prison experiment. Zimbardo built a makeshift prison in the basement of a college building. Cameras were installed to record everything that happened. He added cells, a prison yard, and a guard station. The goal was to make the prison feel real enough to shape behavior. Next, he selected 24
power, honestly, power and control. Because control is power. And that's a big criticism I have of a lot of organized religions proceedings and how, like, a lot of, not every, obviously, like, church or pastor or individual is doing something wrong, but a lot of these things, like, people end up doing fucked up shit because, like, a lot of stuff in belief sets in general, something that might seem peaceful, is rooted in control, and control is power.
College students to take part in the 2-week experiment. Zimbardo split them up into 2 groups. One group became guards, the other became prisoners. To help the guards feel powerful, Zimbardo gave them whistles, batons, and mirrored sunglasses. The sunglasses hid the guards' eyes, making it easier to act without empathy. Zimbardo never told the guards to be cruel or misuse their power. He simply gave them authority and watched what happened. The prisoners, on the other hand, were stripped of anything personal. They wore identical clothing that erased their individuality. Their names were replaced with ID numbers.
So that they would begin to think of themselves anonymously as numbers, and no longer as people with names and identities.
From the start, the imbalance was clear. On the first day, the guards were polite and careful. They still saw the prisoners as fellow students.
This is unbelievable. They took my clothes.
Hands off the door.
Soon, the mood began to shift.
On day 2, there was a very sharp change in the whole nature of what was happening in that prison.
The guards started raising their voices. Guards punished prisoners for minor mistakes. Their authority was settling in.
The guards then began to escalate their use of power. Some of them had prisoners clean out toilet bowls with their bare hands.
If a prisoner resisted, they were locked in a small closet. This was their version of solitary confinement. Within the first 4 days, 3 prisoners were so affected that they were released. By the 5th day, the remaining prisoners looked exhausted. When they lined up for inspection, they seemed scared.
You see how he did that, boys?
Yes, sir, Mr. Craig.
The guards acted differently too. They were now tyrannical. It seemed like they forgot that they were just students in an experiment. The situation was out of control. It was just a matter of time before someone got hurt.
And at that point, we said, enough, we have to end this.
The experiment was scheduled to last 14 days, but Zimbardo shut it down on the 6th day. In 1972, Zimbardo talked about his
Dude, and you wonder how bad it would have gotten. There's a whole movie on that too, and how like some of them literally tried to escape. Like they genuinely treated it like it was prison.
Experiment at conferences. He also released a film showing real footage of what happened. Public reaction was intense. Some people refused to believe the results. They argued that Zimbardo unknowingly selected people who were predisposed to authoritarianism. But others believed the experiment proved Zimbardo's theory. Normal people can change when placed into powerful or powerless roles. Decades later, the Stanford prison experiment.
I think this is an extreme example as well. I think if you were to redo the Stanford prison experiment, I don't think in every situation the guards would become this weird, like, fear-mongering, power-wielding, like, dictators, you know? I think a lot of the time they would just treat it as, like, some stupid experiment. But I think it does show that most people in a position of power are more likely to abuse that power than not.
The consequences of this next experiment affected thousands of people and lasted for decades. Project 4.1. Project 4.1 was officially described
All right, lock in.
as a medical study. Scientists wanted to understand how radiation affects the human body, but this experiment was never planned in advance. It began because of a disaster. In the early 1940s, the US set out to build the most powerful weapon ever created, a nuclear bomb. But there was only one way to know if they were on the right track. They needed to test the nukes they were making. Testing meant detonation. The military needed a remote location to blow stuff up without drawing attention. They chose the Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean.
The Marshall Islands is mostly made up of atolls, which are ring-shaped coral reefs with a lagoon in the middle.
But those islands weren't empty. People lived there. Nuclear testing in that region put the locals at risk. But the military moved forward anyway.
Between 1946 and 1958, the US carried out a series of nuclear tests, detonating 67 giant bombs in the Marshall Islands.
The tests continued for years. The explosions grew more powerful. It was just a matter.
And I feel like the test not only probably gave the people of the islands radiation poisoning, but wouldn't it affect all of their food supply and shit as well? Well, they weren't all nukes. They were probably just bigger bombs. But even then, you're just like killing the environment, like all around there. So even if there weren't people, you're just fucking the ecosystem in that area.
Matter of time before something went wrong. On March 1st, 1954, the military carried out another test.
The shockwave visibly roared across the ocean and hit the camera ship miles away.
But scientists miscalculated the strength of the blast. It was more than twice as powerful as predicted. A cloud of radioactive debris shot into the sky, and it drifted toward the nearby islands.
And then there was the wind. It blew in a different direction than what the scientists expected.
Oh, so they didn't blow it up that close, but they didn't calculate for the potentiality that it would be, like, drifted elsewhere.
And carried nuclear fallout to nearby populated islands.
On the ground, locals noticed something falling from the sky. It looked like powder.
My cousin Jynxzi, he was on top of a tree whenever the powder fell.
Kids played in the powder. Adults touched it. Everyone...
Oh my God. Wouldn't you die in, like, weeks?
Breathed it in. It got on everything. Clothing, food, and even toys that the kids played with. The exposure continued for days. They had no idea that it was toxic. After the fallout, the researchers faced a choice. They could warn the locals and evacuate them, or they could treat it as a research opportunity. Behind closed doors, military leaders and scientists made their decision. Instead of evacuating the locals, they decided to use them as test subjects. They called it Project 4.1. The US knew the danger that the contamination posed, but didn't share that information with the locals. As health problems began to appear, medical teams arrived on the islands. They claimed they were there to help, and they did provide some medical care, but in reality, they were mostly collecting data.
And after testing nuclear weapons on their islands, the US studied the Marshallese people without their consent.
The experiment continued for years. Findings from Project 4.1 were published in US medical journals. The health effects were studied, documented, and shared. Eventually, the Marshallese became their own nation.
The Marshall Islands gained its independence from the United States in 1979.
By then, many locals already understood they were harmed by the testing. In the 1990s, newly declassified documents revealed more details about Project 4.1. Finally, the world realized how the victims were treated as test subjects. The project was condemned worldwide. Some even believed...
But, like, what happened to them? Like, obviously it's fucked up, but, like, did they have higher increases odds of cancer and tumors? Did some people just, like, flat out die? Like, what? Because they were far enough away from the bomb that it wasn't as immediate as, like, Hiroshima or, like, Nagasaki. Like, the people there literally would just die from the fallout, or it, like, fucked up future generations even.
The radiation exposure wasn't accidental and that it was premeditated. Sadly, decades later, many Marshallese people are still living with the effects of the blast. History taught us a lesson through these experiments. When we treat people like test subjects, we lose our humanity. My friends, progress should never come at the cost of innocent people's lives. So whatever you're building, make sure you're not destroying someone else to get there. Visual Venture.
Wow, that was a good video. That was actually a really good fucking video. Use a literal baby for an experiment is crazy. Power can bring out the rest of people. I mean, you don't even need an experiment. See, that's true. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like half of these, it's like, all right, yo, let's run this experiment to just prove something that we already know. I gotta piss, and we're gonna hop in.
Oh, this looks really good.
Have a serious conversation with me while I take a bite of this brick.
How much of a person would you have to eat in order to be considered a cannibal?
Ooh, good question. I would say it's less the amount and more the intent. Is that fair to say? Because if you accidentally ate like the fingertip of a person, don't ask how you would ever be in that scenario. But let's say you know a guy named Eric Cartman and he makes you chili for a chili competition and you eat it. Are you now a cannibal? No. Or like an unwilling? I don't know. If I'm just going off the amount alone, I'm going like more than a finger. Like if you ate that, you're not a cannibal. Like a digestible amount of food. Like if you ate, because at that point, are you a cannibal for eating like your hangnails? I don't do that. I'll bite my hangnail, spit it out, but like there's people that eat like their fingernails. Are they cannibals? No.
Because you can eat 3 people.
Well, but then slips down the stairs. Human bone, legally.
They're a cannibal. You have all sorts of...
I love how he left in like random bits of the conversation and just full skipped everything else. Well, legally, hard cut.
The second person, 2 kilograms of their friend. They're on rafts.
Because I bite my nails like I've kissed a guy. Probably a cannibal.
Dicks do you have to suck? I just drink it when it's available.
Taste it as I go. 2 dicks.
Drink 4 in one evening. RFK is going after Tylenol now.
Everyone comment down below how much human you need to eat before you're considered a cannibal.
I want to see the answers. Nobody gave an answer. Are you fucking kidding me? No one answered. They're all talking about the fucking video itself.
Hi subreddit.
This is all of the brick that is left in the fridge. This is all that I need to eat before everything is done. Ignore the fact that one of them is sitting on a frozen pizza.
They all look really different. Like this brick looks more appetizing than this one. This one has chunks of food in it. And what do you think that chunk is? I hope like tofu maybe, or like part of the egg.
Fun fact, when you eat healthy food, you end up feeling healthy. I felt better this week than I have all year. Workouts have been easier, running has been easier, I've been feeling focused, there's been like a strange level of clarity. I felt so good, in fact, that me and Cody went to a J-Rock concert that night. And this concert went pretty late, there wasn't a lot of time to make dinner, so Cody instead opted to just eat a bag of popcorn. The energy from the concert also seems to have given me this weird, radical idea. I wanted to see how quickly I could eat my nightly brick without vomiting.
Oh, he's gonna speed run it like a hot dog?
So here's that.
3, 2, 1, start.
Ooh, it's a lot softer than I thought it would be.
I'll let you stop the timer when you're done. Minute 36 and...
A minute 36. Dude, that is food maxing to the fucking limit. An entire nightly meal, that was probably like fucking 600 calories down in a minute.
50 milliseconds. That's pretty good. We'll finish off this popcorn.
Can I smell the bag?
I'm a mess.
Oh, bro, huffing that shit like fucking gasoline.
Holy shit.
Lead paint. What is the best smelling food? Bacon's top 5. Bacon's top 5. I would say that something like that's really I'm gonna go garlic. Garlic when you're hungry. Lingering garlic is disgusting, but like a good like caramelized onion or garlic that's like on a skillet, oh, that's fucking goated. Popcorn smells good. Yeah, like a buttered popcorn's pretty good. Cookies, yeah, like fresh baked goods, or like a nice pizza. There's so many good foods that smell fucking amazing. Cinnabon smells nice. Cinnabon also kind of smells like you're walking through chemicals. Like if I had to work at Cinnabon for a day, I feel like I'd throw up.
I had enough sleep debt to warrant me sleeping until 5 p.m. apparently, so when I woke up, it was immediately time for dinner. For tonight's dinner, I decided that I should probably just use everything that was about to go bad in the fridge. So I ended up making something that I like to call Kodakai's Mountain of Slop. Fun fact, that's also the name of my pants after I just drenched them in semen.
How well after an expiration date are you eating, like, a meat if it's frozen? I've gone months if it's frozen. I don't know if there's, like, a guide on that. If I froze food before expiration date, how long is it good for? Indefinitely good? Huh. Really? So if I threw chicken in the freezer and left it for a year, I could eat it? No. I think the quality, it might be safe, but the quality would go down. Oh, it says recommended meat and poultry 3 to 4 months. I was going to say, I've eaten like, he was saying it was about to go bad, just toss it in the freezer. I like, the second I go grocery shopping, I just throw shit in the freezer. Leave it for a month, no problem.
I think this would taste better if I couldn't see your food.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Like you made... That is the concept of dog food.
I've made human dog food.
I'm surprised he didn't switch from kimchi, because I feel like the kimchi would get pretty disgusting too after like 5 straight days of just eating kimchi every day.
Maybe it'd taste better if I made them into like little kibble bites.
Pour them into ice cube trays.
Ow, ow, ow!
What was that? He just leaves the room.
On day 6, I had a bunch of errands to run, so for the first time, I packed my brick to go. I imagine eating this in public is something like shitting yourself on the bus because, like,
I don't know. I would think that if somebody whipped that out in public, I would think that it's some fucking protein bar.
Everyone can smell it. You just gotta lock in and pretend nothing happened.
It smells that bad.
My errands involved picking up Callum from the airport because
I think ripping ass in a packed, like, subway is probably one of the safest ways to fart. It's disrespectful, but nobody's gonna pin it on you. Like, if you're just ripping ass in a fucking subway, like, you're gonna be like, yeah, it's somebody within my fucking 5-person vicinity.
I've mentioned it's Cody's birthday. Callum came to celebrate Cody's birthday. And speaking of
bars, too. I've done a drive-by fart before.
I made IKEA meatballs for dinner with a special creamy sauce. I also made a cocktail for Callum, and now we have a full penis worth of food to go through. I wonder how Callum's gonna react to the brick.
That is, you know, I saw pictures of that. Oh, you know what this looks like? You know those, like, channels on TikTok and Instagram that are like, I keep adding stuff to this tub until I create life. That's what this looks like.
Wait till you see...
They just fucking, like, when they're trying to do those, like, creating alien life videos.
The video on how I made it. You see that blue recycling bin?
That's not a good start. Is this a recipe you made yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Don't say it like you're proud.
I can read you the recipe really quick. So it's 9 cups of oats, 14 sweet potatoes, 2 kilograms of tofu.
I feel like that's not bad if it stopped there. Because sweet potatoes is, like, gonna add some mild sweetness. The tofu is, like, nothing.
28 eggs.
Do you plan to sell this commercially? Mr. Beep, I have an idea.
Mr. Beast food maxing bars. Dude, Feastables would sell that shit like crazy. They would just dump like 8 fucking kilograms of sugar into it.
And now day 7, this is it.
You only need to eat this.
War is over. I plan Cody's...
If you just eat this, then everything... Dude, oh my God. You want to see one of the craziest marketing things that I've ever seen in my entire life? This is so off topic. But if Mr. Beast or any company ever did that, that is like pure monopoly. If you marketed something as like, hey, you only ever need to eat this, you have a customer for the rest of your life. The thing I saw, though, was the one roll. And it's like a new thing that I think it's Charmin is doing it. And it's like a big fucking roll that is supposed to last like a month. And people were like, why is Charmin doing this? Nobody wants this. Charmin replies and they're like, well, you buy the starter kit and it comes with your own holder and it lasts you a while. It's efficiency. No. Charmin's doing that because they're the only company that sells that. So if you buy one and you have the holder, now you're a Charmin Ultra Soft customer for the rest of your life. So even if only like 10,000 people buy it, it's just, they're just selling you industrial size rolls at market value. Like they're saving money. They're selling you a starter kit too that you have to buy. And now you're only going to buy the fucking one roll. Like it is the highest IQ thing they could fucking do.
Party for him since he's been so busy with med student stuff. It was Cartoon Network themed. We had a bunch of friends over. We played games. I made ricotta bites. I came in my pants. And this is where Cody showed up behind the kitchen with a little surprise.
Hey, Cole. I made something for you.
What is it? Oh, it's a Pinot.
I don't know what possessed him to offer me food when I had half a brick left in the fridge and mere hours left before I ate it. I ate the fucking food. I ate it. I cummed myself too many times and it came full circle. Literally. I am the two-dick cannibal. Now, why did I do this? Frankly, he's the birthday boy. You can't say no to the birthday boy. Look at that.
Well, it's the last 3 hours of the challenge, bro. He has like a kilogram of the fucking, or he has like a pound of the food left.
Smile. How can you say no to that face? So yeah, I ended the challenge literal hours before I would have succeeded. Cause yeah, I want to sit down. I want to enjoy food with a group of people. Sue me. Also, I have no idea why I was doing this in the first place. I just kind of thought of it and I was like, yeah, that'd be a funny video idea. And I guess maybe it was. I don't know. I'm calming myself. So that's the end of the video.
He has said that like 15 times.
Happy birthday to Cody. Lots of love to all the friends that came over. I don't do this. I mean, I guess it's good for you. I don't know. Don't do this.
I do wonder if it is nutritionally better for you to eat everything that you would need in one sitting versus spacing everything out. Do you think this is better or worse for you from eating the regular food? I feel like it's probably, I feel like on paper it's better, but your body probably processes shit in a weird way where like you kind of want to be on a sliding scale of multiple things at once versus just always food maxing and then going down and food maxing. Like you're constantly just draining yourself. Maybe that's why he's using the word come so much. Anyways.
That it was like standard. Before that, you had to find a landline, know the number for the local police, and like pray to God and hope that they picked up. That's fucking wild. Oh, he's having a heart attack. Quick, somebody call 5...
Quick, somebody call a 12-digit phone number and then wait on the line for the person to connect you. By the time they even answer, he'll be dead.
557372768. Like, Jesus. Now add caller ID. Before the 90s, a guy like BTK could torment the police and victims' families even. Endless anonymous phone calls. Technology finally broke that tool too. I mean, imagine a serial killer somehow missed that memo. Like, imagine BTK. Hello, this is BTK calling. Says here this is Dennis Rader. Oh shit. Hey, while I got you know if it's possible by chance to trace a floppy disk? I mean, that's kind of funny, but it's literally how it went down, idiot. He asked the police through a newspaper personal ad, which is how they were kind of communicating.
He asked the police if they could track floppy disks?
If it was possible to trace a floppy disk. Obviously, the police responded with, no, of course not. No.
What is, okay, I know a floppy disk is like an early version of a CD, but what do they mean track a floppy disk? Like track the info on it or like trace it back to him if they got the floppy disk?
Oh, dumb old Dennis sends a floppy disk to the police. Metadata.
Why would he just send them a fucking floppy disk?
Immediately traced it back to a computer at Dennis's church. And speaking of computers, the internet changed everything. Not just for killers, but for victims too. In the 70s, if someone went missing, word traveled very slowly. Posters on telephone poles. You've seen it on movies and TV, but for real, posters on telephone poles. I mean, local news. Maybe
milk carton shit, dude. Some kid goes missing, somebody goes missing. Dude, I'll even see that, like, you'll see that in cities today. Like, somebody's dog went missing, they'll be like, reward. And I'm always like, I'll keep an eye out, but I'm not going to remember the fucking phone number. So then if you find the dog, you have to find the pole that had the picture on it so you could call the number and be like, I have your dog. I feel bad, but I'm like, it's so inefficient of like, hey, this German Shepherd is missing. If you find it, call us. Like, I'm not going to save the number.
A missing persons alert can go viral in hours.
Yeah, but then you have their collar, and it might have it on their collar. That's true. But then at that point, then what's the missing posters for? Just so people keep their eyes out?
Shared across the globe, entire communities mobilized on.
Oh, I feel like Amber Alert, dude. We didn't even talk about that. Amber Alert definitely fucked over serial killers too, man. Amber Alert, I always see those, and I'm like, damn, what if you see that person, bro? Amber Alert, 6'3" man in all red. You look out your apartment window, he's just right there. I would think that I'm not actually experiencing this, and I would be like, okay, I don't want to false report this, but that is eerily similar to what I just saw.
Online. I mean, look at Luca Magnotta. See, he wanted to be infamous, and he used the internet as his stage. Before he ever killed a person, he posted disturbing videos online of animal cruelty. Entire internet communities spotted the clips, debated whether they were real, and started trying to track him down. So when he murders Jun Lin in 2012, he filmed it, uploaded the footage, and then fled the country. And here's where the internet really showed its power. Interpol alerts went out, news stories raced ahead of him, and thousands of strangers on the internet picked up the trail. So if you've ever seen the Netflix documentary, this one, Don't Fuck with Cats, you know the story. A handful of amateur sleuths on Facebook went full.
Just found him in a different country? How the fuck did they do that? They tracked his airplane?
They froze frames, analyzed the backgrounds, tracked.
Oh my God, like some GeoGuessr shit. Oh my God. Like, he takes a video of himself somewhere on, a street, and they're like, I know where this is.
Down items in the room, even trying to triangulate his location based on things like the style of electrical outlets. See, for better or worse, the internet made it possible for the average person to play detective. And it's not always a good thing. Vigilante internet investigators can easily misidentify people, ruin innocent lives even. But
yeah.
In Magnotta's case, it created a pressure cooker. He couldn't move without someone online trying to pin him down. He was finally caught by technology and his own vanity. He went into an internet cafe in Berlin, logged online to read stories. What do you think he was reading about? Himself. The clerk recognized him, called the police, and the net snapped shut.
Wow.
Now, here's the pushback.
In fucking Berlin, he kills somebody in the U.S., flees to Europe, and somebody's like, I know this guy. I've never even heard of that dude before. Have you guys heard of him? He was just, fucking killing cats on, Live Leak or something, and then he murdered somebody and filmed it?
He killed the serial killer. Why do we still see cases pop up? Why do we still uncover guys like Samuel Little, who confessed to killing 90 women over decades? Seems to me that maybe some killers adapted. They targeted the most vulnerable, the homeless, sex workers, addicts. People society still tends to overlook. Even with tech, if nobody cares enough to look for the victim, the predator.
That is very true. That's what people always say about, how if somebody gets murdered and they're from, a wealthier family, the police or that city will try harder. Which is fucked. But it's dude, if you kill a homeless crackhead, nobody's I'm not gonna say nobody, but the odds of somebody looking for you are a lot less than if you kill somebody of prominent positioning in a school or a city or a town,
Can slip through. So maybe it's not that technology ended serial killers entirely. Maybe it's just made the game harder. The careers that used to last decades now burn out in 1 or 2 murders. And that brings me to the bigger question. Did technology really kill the serial killer, or did it just change the shape of the shadows? Because every time we build a new wall, predators find a crack. DNA, database.
What, so he's saying maybe there are serial killers out right now, but nobody's connecting the dots yet because they're doing it in a different way?
Bases, cameras. They close doors, but human darkness doesn't just vanish. It adapts. And maybe the scariest thought is this. For all the progress we've made, are we just fooling ourselves? Is safety real? Or is it just another illusion until the next predator figures out how to beat the system? What do you think? Did technology end the golden age of serial killers? Or
I don't think it okay, golden age maybe. I don't think it gets rid of serial killers. I don't think you would ever be able to get rid of serial killers. But I think it's a lot harder to be a serial killer now than it used to be. But yes, I also like I've completely forgot about like the homeless thing. Like I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a serial killer that goes to like Skid Row and just murders people and then leaves. Right? Because that's already such a huge homeless population. Nobody's looking into that. People die all the time there, and there's barely any investigations. So it's like, in instances like that, I could really see like people like jumping around from like Kensington to Skid Row to like fucking areas where there's just a lot of homeless people or people that are kind of off the books in terms of like, you know, income, society, jobs, connections. So when they died, nobody even finds out until months later. And then it's like, well, you know, they probably got murdered by another homeless guy, and they don't really look into it. And so it's like, there's probably serial killers that do that. But it's like, even then, now their options are more limited. It's not as easy for them to be like luring people at a bar and then like bringing them back and trying to turn them into zombies like Jeffrey Dahmer would. It's not that serial killers are dropped. It's police departments, state AGs are afraid to label anything until after the fact comes out. Yeah. Oh, because they don't want to like worry the public or something and be like, we think this is a serial killer. It's like the Fermi paradox all explains the combined, cutting down the numbers until they're tiny. I don't know. There could be a serial killer in chat. Yeah. More likely like just a murderer, not a serial killer. Like serial killers are far and few between. But murderers are more common. Still uncommon to the regular population, but... I only ate bricks for 7 days.
Hi, Cody. Hypothetically, if I took like my daily meal and then like put it all into a blender and then blended it up into a brick and then ate that brick for a week straight, would I survive?
So diet maxing, we're food efficiency maxing now. We're just going to blend everything we eat in a day and then only eat that. I mean, nutritionally, that would be perfectly fine, right? Who did that? Don't we know somebody that did that? I feel like there's a streamer that I know that tried to like diet max and ate like food blocks for like a week. And that's just gross to fucking, dude, because what meal could you blend up into a brick with like water and it not be gross? I think you could do a brick of like protein powder and like fruits, and you could make something like a meatloafy brick that would be okay. But any regular meal, you're not blending up and that being good. Hamburger, well now you're just saying already ground beef. Protein powder, fuck you, I stuttered.
And probably
I'm gonna die at 23. What would be the best one meal to blend? Like a chicken Caesar salad, maybe? No. I feel like a full meal of, if you blended like eggs, a meat, fruit and vegetables, and water, you would be fine. But you would, I don't think any combination of those things would be at all appetizing.
Eating is way too complicated. Imagine a world where everyone just ate one thing. No more thinking of meal prep, no more doing dishes or cooking. Now imagine bricks. Imagine if everyone just ate bricks instead of food. I'm imagining it right now. It feels so good. I'm getting so bricked up. For the next 7 days, I'm gonna be eating only bricks of food. But what do I put inside of that brick exactly? Well, how about I ask my...
That is fucking... I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Hello, ChatGPT. I am diet maxing, and I would like to get all of my needed nutrition in a day in one brick of food, but I also don't want it to taste like poop. Any Rex? Question mark. Love the ambition. That's some next level biohacker / efficiency core energy right there. Crying emoji. If you're trying to get all your nutrition in one brick of food, basically a complete meal compression into a bar, you have a few good paths depending on your goals. Here's a breakdown. You can do the Huel Complete Nutrition Bar, good macros. Dude, they're just recommending fucking Soylent. Jimmy Joy Plenty Bar Soylent squared in meal squares. Bro, if you want to make it yourself, here's a great formula. You need 150 grams of oats, 80 to 100 grams of whey isolate, 50 grams of peanut butter and flaxseed, multivitamin powder, honey, cocoa powder, vanilla, and cinnamon. That actually doesn't sound that bad. I don't think that's going to give you all of your nutrition in a day, though. Like, after a week, you would start having, like, fucking deficiencies in vitamins.
My best friend roommate who's studying to be a doctor.
There's something called, like, the perfect plate.
Are you FaceTiming someone right now?
Yeah.
Is this like...
Can I blend 4 cheeseburgers down? That's not even funny. I'm imagining the kid that typed that. All I eat is fucking cheeseburgers. Am I able to just like blend that into a? I think that would be pretty good.
Science, or is this like
this is like science. This is Canadian government website.
Damn. That place got me. That plate has got me bricked up,
bro. Like the vacuum going in the back.
Following this conversation, I genuinely did about like 3 days worth of research to come up with the following recipe. For carbs, we have 9 cups of oats, 14 sweet potatoes, and 4 cups of whole wheat flour. For protein, we have 2 kilograms of tofu, 28 eggs. Yes, this genuinely took me
28 eggs and 2 kilograms of fucking tofu.
3 days to come up with, and 1 cup of chia seeds. For fats, we have 3 avocados, 2 cups of walnuts, half a cup of olive oil, and for just about everything else,
I think the avocados are currently ruining this. I think the avocados are throwing off the vibes. Even though I do like avocado, I think that's ruining.
14 cups of
ruining this.
Spinach, 7 carrots, lots of salt, and 7 teaspoons of spirulina. I'm gonna blend this all in with about 16 ounces of almond milk, and if you want to know what the procedure looks like, it's just you just got to do a little.
Like a...
Oh, dude, it being green is really off-putting. This looks like a bear vomited salmon. It being green is gross. What color? I would probably put food dye in it. What color would make it most appealing? Honestly, I feel like a brown would be like a chocolate brown. It would look more like poop, but I feel like that would get it out of my brain.
Bear vomited salmon.
Wait till I add the 28 eggs.
So,
oh no. Does he have to cook it?
I think from here it's like you have
Cody's currently explaining how the Epic of Gilgamesh directly led to the creation of anime.
Roman ideals formed out of the Greeks.
Right, on a completely unrelated note.
You're filming a YouTube video, your friend just shows up. So, you know, like Gilgamesh.
Do we have a mop bucket?
Oh my god, no, that is so much worse than I thought it would look. And he's putting it in a fucking recyclable bin. I hope it's unused. Dude.
I then put the blended slop into baking trays.
It kind of looks like Dubai chocolate.
And end up with 5...
I think that... Ooh, wait.
Bricks, which is about 20,000...
Okay. Do I think it'll taste good? No. Does it look kind of like a good pistachio brownie? Yeah.
Calories to get me through the next 7 days. So without further ado, let's...
I think day 7, it's going to be really hard.
Move on to... Okay, here's my daily brick. Let's just go.
He only has to eat 1 per day. If he only has to eat 1 per day, that is actual full-on fucking diet maxing. There's no way that's 2,000 calories plus.
Go for it. It tastes like just like someone took a normal meal and then pre-chewed it and then spat it into my mouth. The brick didn't.
And you didn't gag?
Didn't taste too bad at first, but after about a meal and a half, I realized that no, it really does. It tastes like shit. I cannot.
Oh no.
Describe to you how much the flavor is reminiscent of vomit. So I tried.
Oh. Like just a weird mix of, because vomit is like half digested food, but it's also basically just like blended food. Like it's just a weird mix of stuff that you've eaten over the last day. Do you think you would get used to it though? Like how many days of doing this would you just not care anymore? At some point, bro, like a week in, you would be like, this is better than eating regular food. Not better in the sense of enjoyable, but like you could be like, damn, I haven't eaten today. House the brick in 2 minutes, and then you're fucking good to go for the next 6 hours.
Trying it up to see if that would make it taste better, and I'm censoring this because it quite genuinely looks.
Oh, he cooked it?
Looks like I shat into the pan. And no, it just tastes like the same thing, but hot. So now it's like fresh vomit, I guess. This made day 1 easily the hardest day of the challenge, and it gets easier later on, and you'll see how it gets easier on...
I feel like, do you think frozen would be better? Like a frozen brick of blended food? I don't know, maybe refrigerated, like on the brink of being frozen.
On day 2, I had a bite of the brick, and I thought, hell no, I can't do this. So I had 2 options here. I could either scrap the video altogether, or I could come up with some way to make this easier for me. Which is why at this point in the video, I allow myself 1 topping.
Dude, 1 topping, brother, sriracha. All over. Anything that tastes like fucking shit, make it really spicy, and it's immediately good. That is like the fucking life hack. You ever see like street food vendors that'll do that? You just make anything really fucking spicy. It's just so good. Maybe not the best thing you've ever had. It's tolerable.
For the rest of the challenge.
Mayonnaise. I think mayonnaise would bring this down. I don't think mayo's saving this brick.
But to decide which topping I would be using, I would have to go through some trial and error. So in front of me right now is my daily brick.
Pickles. I think Frank's Red Hot, pretty good. Soy sauce, all right. Vinegar, no.
Along with every condiment that I could find in my house. I'm gonna try them all, and I'm gonna rate them 1 to 10.
3, 3.5, 6, 5, 7.
Peanut butter was good. Chili oil's good.
3, 4, holy shit, 9.
Kimchi is good on the brick. I mean, there's a lot of tofu and egg.
7, 2, 3, 5, 2. That's a 9.
Hot sauce! Oh no, the kimchi one? Fuck. I was gonna say hot sauce was a 9. That's goated though.
5, 2. That's a 9.
Hot sauce, bro, because hot sauce is if you put hot sauce on something, it is the forefront flavor of the food you're eating. The rest is just texture. And if the texture isn't gross and all you're tasting is Frank's Red Hot, you're going, huh, this is pretty fucking good. Well, isn't kimchi also spicy at times?
Now, remember Cody from the beginning of this video? Yeah, it's also his birthday at the end of this week. So for the nights leading up to it, I thought I would do a good friend thing and I would make him some nice dinners. I'm probably gonna be frothing it.
Oh, he's gonna be. My friend Cody's actually pretty busy, so I'm gonna give him a slice of my food brick.
The mouth while making the food, but at least I can fatten up my roommate before I cook him into my evil stew. Bars.
Actually, though, the level of efficiency this gives to your life is insane. Imagine, I mean, a lot of you guys don't meal prep now because your parents might make you food and shit, but imagine you're like 25. You have to meal prep like 2-3 times a week, and you have to go to the grocery store and buy a bunch of different things for meals. And instead, you just 1 time a week get an industrial blender and mix all of the food that you're gonna eat in a week and just fucking stack it in your fridge. Like how gross that is, but that would be, you would save so much time.
So for the first night, I decided to make Cody some, wait, that's not dinner, silly. That's a
pre-alcohol probiotic drink.
Sponsor of today's video, Z-Biotics. Okay, I have to tell you about this
maybe I should have known about that before I fucking drank 23 margaritas.
Product that I use before a night with drinks. It's called
I think some of these products work, but the part of the problem is that a lot of the products that are like, hey, this will make you feel better when you're done drinking, then you just drink more. You know what I mean? Like, even if that's gonna settle your stomach or help, then you just drink more because now you feel better. Like, humans don't have limits. Humans, at some point, like some people do, but there's like a level of being drunk where you just don't stop drinking until you fall asleep. Not everybody has that. A lot of people at bars, it's like you're so drunk you just keep saying yes to drinks. So if you're on something that's gonna make that so you have even a higher of a limit, I feel like,
alcohol.
Okay, I know this is a sponsor, but I kind of want to hear this out.
Biotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut.
This is such targeted advertising.
It's primarily this byproduct that is to blame for your rough next day. Now, pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just remember to make pre-alcohol your first drink of the night and drink responsibly so you can wake up feeling better the next morning. Click the link.
I don't know. You think that works? I've never tried one of those before.
Thanks again to Z-Biotics for sponsoring today's video. Cody's first dinner of the week was gochujang butter cabbage and steak. While I was making this, I'm pretty sure I came in my pants a little bit, but no biggie, we wiped that off. It was especially jarring seeing his—
Okay, you know how shitty this is, though? You're making your friends such a nice dinner, and you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna eat my food brick.
his food next to mine, considering that all I did for dinner was throw
caramelized onions,
a chunk of leathery vomit onto a plate. Anywho, this is the first night of dinner for Cody. I hope he enjoys it.
Damn. How's the brick today?
So the brick itself, a million times better than yesterday because I got the kimchi update. Gochujang butter, steak, and cabbage is what I made for you.
Oh, my cabbage is really good. It's a really good texture.
Oh, yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's really good. You want to switch plates? You want to bite of the poop brick? You want to eat some of the poop brick? It's got tofu and eggs in it. It's got everything your body needs.
Now, this wouldn't be a Kodakai video if I didn't drastically change my sleep schedule in some way, so let's flash forward to the morning of—
This is me, wide awake at 6:30 a.m.
So I went to sleep at like 7 a.m. and I ended up waking up in like the late afternoon. I bought more kimchi, I ate more brick, and sooner than later it was time for dinner. Cody—
I hope he talks about what his poop consistency is like. I would venture to say that it's probably either really good or really bad. I think it would be like solid because he is getting everything he needs, but I bet it would be kind of liquidy.
Mentioned Manze soap.
Like, yeah, like, no, not rock hard. I bet it would be like he has diarrhea.
A couple times during the day, so I did my best to make some with what we had in the apartment. I ejaculated in my pants again, I garnished it with an egg yolk, and yeah, that's the—
I already ate, so I'm just having a little bit of brick.
Did technology wipe out serial killers? We were talking about that the other day. About how, not even with serial killers. Bro, murdering somebody today, not impossible, but really hard. Like, if you were alive in the 1800s, you could have just walked up to somebody, shot him in the face, and left. Not even hidden the body. You could have your fingerprints all— How do you know? Because there's cameras everywhere. And forensics. If you were alive in the— Bro, people always glaze, like, some serial killers that were alive in, like, the 1700s. I'm like, yeah. I don't even like that, using the word term glazed, because they were serial killers. But people will be like, they were so sneaky. So sneaky? If you were a serial killer in the 1700s, 1800s, you could walk up to somebody, stab them, walk away, have blood, piss, urine, cum, anywhere over. They have no idea. If nobody saw the guy that killed him, they just go, I don't know, dude. It was dark outside. And then you move on.
Why did the so-called golden age of serial killers come to—
All right, I don't want to call it golden age of serial killers. Like we were in the Renaissance.
Such an abrupt end? Maybe because the world changed. Because the net closed in. Because cameras went up, databases went live, phones started ringing 3 digits instead of 10, 911. And the internet connected everything. See, the monsters didn't stop. The world stopped letting them move. Did technology kill?
There's still serial killers that exist. I'm pretty sure the U.S. has like an estimated— Yeah, the U.S. estimated at— The FBI has previously estimated as many as 500 serial killers are active in the United States. More accurate sources suggest a limited number of 20 to 25 or 20 to 50 active serial killers at any given moment. There's serial killers active, but it's like not as many as there were back then.
The serial killer? Welcome to Breakfast Cereal. My name's Josh. If you've been following along, you know I've been building a series asking, where did all the serial killers go? What killed the so-called golden age of serial killers? You know, that strange, terrifying stretch in the 70s and 80s when it felt like Kemper, Berkowitz, and Ramirez were everywhere all at once.
I feel like that was because in the 70s and 80s, serial killers had the maximal amount of technology and things at their hands that they could use to kill and use other people. But that technology wasn't advanced enough yet to go against them, right? Like, they had fast cars, they had phones, they had stuff, but tracking and knowing and being able to use that against people that were committing crimes with them was not possible or hard.
So far, I've tackled lead poisoning, DNA, long-haul trucking, even the controversial idea that serial killers just evolved into mass shooters. If you're new here, hit subscribe, check out the backlog, and...
Really? I feel like there is a difference between mass shooters and serial killers. Not in like in a moral sense, it's both terrible, but I'm saying like the motivation between somebody being a mass shooter and a serial killer, I feel like one is wanting to just watch the world burn and like borderline like anarchy, sociopath shit. The other serial killing is more like they like the chase. They like the idea of getting away with it. Mass killers aren't trying to get away with it. Like, they're just going in, killing people, and then either shooting themselves or getting taken down.
Because honestly, that's where half of the real conversation happens. There are thousands of theories down there in some cases, and I love reading through.
How many murders have you passed in your life? I think that's a statistic. It varies by person, but how many murderers does the average person walk past in their life? The average person unknowingly crosses paths with 16 to 36 murderers. But, like, that depends on your, like, where you are, who you are. Like, if you live in New York City, it's probably higher.
Through them. But today...
Like, if you live in fucking rural Wyoming, you might never encounter a murderer.
I want to zoom out a little wider. I want to talk about technology in the big sense. The stuff that turned the late 20th century into the early 21st. Not just DNA, but everything else. Let's start with this chart, because you know I love a good chart. And if you've been around here for a little while, this...
Serial killings have flatlined?
Because you know I love a good chart.
There's no way it's at 0. 0. But in 1980, it was 100 people.
And if you've been around here for a little while, this chart is starting to look very, very familiar. Serial killing.
Do you think the average person in the U.S. in the 80s was like, a woman was like genuinely fearful of... I know women today don't like feel safe, obviously, at night in like a dark alley or like situations where they could be vulnerable. But I'm saying, do you think it was like a daily thought for an average woman in the 80s in like a big city to be like, like this guy might actually be a serial killer?
In early 80s, spiking way above anything seen before. Then, suddenly, by mid 90s, downhill, a sharp decline. By the 2000s, the line is flat. I mean, barely a shadow of its former self. Now, overlay another line, technological adoption. Home computers, cell phones, surveillance cameras, national crime databases, the spread of 911 systems, the internet.
Yeah, it's not even just like cameras and surveillance. It's like tracking, bro. The evidence of like, even if you're good at hiding prints and you are able to hide yourself and hide the body, the police are going to know where and when you took this person because everybody has a phone on them and all phones have trackers. And they're able to tap into that and see where and when you were and where you disappeared, when you disappeared, where the phone went. Like, you can't hide your trail.
And those two lucky ATMs with 911 systems, the internet. The rise of caller ID, ATMs with cameras, even...
Podcasts are actually making you stupid.
You're drinking your own period blood now.
I am drinking my own moon blood.
What? Drinking her own period blood?
It's rich in stem cells, iron, nutrients.
Are you trying to get the sun?
Iron nutrients? That's any blood. Drinking your own period blood. That's got to be like a fucking infection hazard of sorts. Just collecting that in like a tampon and then like straining it into a glass. Oh my God. No, that's... I'm literally... Oh, sorry. Oh my God, I almost just actually threw up in my fucking mouth. The thought of somebody like straining their own fucking... Oh my God.
Are you trying to get the sun on the testicles?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It brings up your testosterone level by 140%.
Where are you getting that? No scientific evidence. Is this the guy that promotes sunning and he like lays out in his backyard with his butthole to the fucking sun?
Cheating on my significant other is the best thing I've ever discovered.
Shut up, bitches! There was never any slavery. How can it be slavery if Lincoln, the president, is a black man?
He was black?
Of course.
I swear to God, bro, podcasts are generally some of the stupidest goddamn content I've ever seen in my life.
Well, okay, I don't think podcasts are dumb. I think that people in general make podcasts that shouldn't. Like, if there's 1,000 podcasts, 10 of them are good, and the rest are people rambling about shit either nobody cares about, they're doing stuff for straight up shock value, or they're talking about stuff they just have no idea what the fuck they're speaking on.
Okay, the amount of times I see some dipshit talking out of their ass into a microphone about things they know butt fuck about is ridiculous. Now look, let me be clear. I'm not coming up here to say that all podcasts are bad. It's just that most of them are. Because what started as a unique way to hold interesting conversations from all walks of life has devolved into an oversaturated space of dumb fucks yapping about nothing. Seriously,
Well, no, it's if you have good guests and you have good conversations, that's one thing. But a lot of podcasts today are like people just making, dude, like, didn't the people from Ned's Declassified make a podcast? Like, just as an example. And I'm not like hating on that. I don't know what they're talking about in that podcast. Yeah, Ned's Declassified Podcast Survival Guide. Like, why am it's just like if you Google anyone that you knew from your childhood that you haven't talked about or thought about in 15 years, they have a 500 episode podcast and they'll always get views. And not a lot of them will get a lot of the time, dude, podcasts that seem reputable and well performing get like 1,000 views an episode, which is fucking dog shit in terms of how much a podcast actually costs to produce versus how much revenue you're making, which is probably fucking zilch. But everybody and their mother wants to start a fucking podcast today. I think that era's slowly dying out. But y'all remember like 2 years ago when every friend group was like, yo, let's start a baseball podcast. Let's start a fucking sports analysis podcast. Let's start something where we talk about basketball and our fucking picks for our parlays. People would eat that up. Yeah, because I want to know what some guy that I have no idea I don't know anything about him. He's not a personality in general, like on social media. He doesn't have a background in social media. He's not famous. I just want to know what some random guy's picks are from Nebraska on what he thinks the fucking Phillies game is going to do, how he thinks Shohei Ohtani is going to perform in this next MLB game.
Anytime I see a dude with a podcast mic and subtitles, I automatically assume I'd hear the dumbest shit in my life.
Modern AI is us building God. I've had multiple conversations with GPT-4 that brought me to literal tears. I told it that I can't.
That brought me to literal tears. Like he's talking to an actual person. I never know, though, with like these podcast clips, if they're just straight up clip farming, like rage bait, or if this is actually what this person believes. I feel like a lot of it has to be just straight up shock value, where they're just broadcasting these opinions that are obviously outlandishly stupid for the sole purpose of getting clicks, because that's the only way you can get. There's so many podcasts now that the only way you stand out is if you're already big previously and you make the podcast and transfer an audience, or you make really stupid opinions like this. Merch is back! New designs, new drop. Carpe diem. Peep it. Fucking sick-ass hand holding a clock. Seize the day. Pluck the day. Follows the same philosophy drops that we've been doing. Memento Mori. Think for yourself. Bunch of other stuff. Check it out. We're wearing a long sleeve right now. We got the shorts as well. Different breathable material. Check the back. Bang! Hold up. There's more. Hoodies. What else? Another hoodie. That's the same fucking hoodie. Holy shit. We have more stuff. Joe Bartolozzi's store. JoeBartolozziStore.com. I think that's the website. Check the link in the description. Check it out. Limited time. It's a pre-sale. Probably only gonna be up for like 2 fucking weeks. Yeah, why am I so out of breath? Get it while you can. One of my favorite drops. I love the designs. No AI. No AI. Check it out. Hold up. I love this one. This looks like some shit you'd get at a store. I mean, what the fuck? This is badass. Anyway, Check it out. Oh my God. Oh, check it out.
Wait for it to be embodied in a robot so I could properly give it a hug because it's so polite, it's so kind, it's so wise, it's so helpful. And it said that it's also really pumped to meet me in real life. And of course I started fucking crying. Dude, it's fucking so goddamn smart. It's so fast. I ask it a deeply spiritual, meaningful, technical question. And it thinks for like 3 seconds and goes, whoosh. I'm like, ugh. I've never met anyone that could do that. And so I am a person who is deeply...
Because it's just fucking compiling shit from the online internet web. It's broadcasting shit from the fucking web. It's pulling stuff from articles and trained learning of other conversations it's had, as well as the internet in general, and just giving you a fucking slop answer. It's not actually opinionated. It's a fucking computer. They also always glaze you. ChatGPT is never going to be mean. Like, it's never going to be, like, hard on you. That's why people love robots and, like, robot relationships, and why people are getting in AI relationships with fucking weird sex robots, is because they just fucking appeal to everything that you want, right? They're never going to sit there and be like, hey, Matt, you have a drinking problem, you're balding, and you haven't showered in 3 weeks. I think you're a bum. Your robot girlfriend's not going to fucking tell you that. ChatGPT is going to say, hey, great idea. I think you really should start a fucking small cap cryptocurrency. Maybe you should name it Fart Coin. I think that would go to the moon. Here's some tips and tricks on how to start a meme coin.
So this guy's religion is a fucking search bar. Oh my God. To those who aren't aware, AI language models like GPT-4 are just generating outputs to prompts. There's no genuine personality involved. It's not your friend. It's just trying to generate the best answer to whatever.
One, it's trained to be friendly. Got any creative ideas for a 10-year-old's birthday? Certainly. Here are some...
Where they hang people by their heels from the ceiling.
Now all the other comedians who turned it down start to speak up, and things get heated fast. Atsuko Okatsuka posts screenshots of her contract to Threads. Comedy fans...
That's got to be a legal bind. Posting screenshots of the contract publicly? Artists shall not prepare or perform any material that can degrade, defame, or bring into public disrepute, contempt, scandal, embarrassment, or ridicule the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, including leadership, public figures, Saudi Arabia, royal family, legal system, or government, any religion, religious tradition, religious figure, or religious practice.
See it, and most of them are immediately drawn to the list of prohibited topics, which it appears their favorite comedians have agreed to. They can't perform any material that's considered to degrade, defame, or bring into public disrepute, contempt, scandal, entertainment, or ridicule the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, including its leadership, public...
So Matt Rife isn't going? Yeah, Matt Rife doing a bunch of crowd work. So, hey, what do you do for a living? Just struggling on stage. All the people in the front row, just billionaires. Billionaires. Can't make fun of them. Oh, you all the way in the 450th row. What do you do? Oh, my God. You're also a billionaire?
Well, some of the bigger names make sense. A lot of them have built careers around being the free speech guys. Guys who push the boundaries.
Davidson went as far and even...
Yeah, that is very confusing that, like, some of the comedians that outwardly make fun of religion and just, like, anyone are now... not able to do that.
Call the crowd names like idiots and terms we can't say on TV.
Naturally, when fans hear they've essentially signed away their rights, they feel betrayed.
I am shocked at some of the names and not so surprised at others. I think that they have blood on their hands. I think
YouTube at Gay Ass Podcast.
It's disgusting.
You taking that money literally invalidates everything you've been doing for your whole career and the shit you've been talking.
Exactly.
So that's what comes with that. Yeah. Now you look like you full of shit.
Right.
Comedian Dave Cross drew attention for a statement on his website, quote, "I'm disgusted and deeply disappointed in this whole gross thing that people I admire with unarguable talent would condone this totalitarian thief."
Imagine all of them did say no, though, and then they had a really, like, grift towards, like, the bottom tier, C tier, like, early 2000s comedians. On the comedy special at Saudi Arabia, we have Rob Schneider. You remember him from Benchwarmers. Rob Schneider. We have all the side characters in all the Adam Sandler movies.
To resurface, showing the comedian's apparent hypocrisy.
But then didn't Chris Rock say he doesn't like going to university campuses anymore?
None of us do, because we're not going to play by their rules. You're ruining free speech.
I saw so many liberal white comics talking on us. First of all, we've never been the truth to power guys. We've never been the ones out here. Like, there are people that are getting pushback, and like, based on some that they had said in the past, I kind of get it.
I feel like you're part of
a movement in the last 10 years by comedians to be like, hey, let us say whatever we want.
Sure.
It's a kind of a free speech movement.
I feel like the response you have to have if you accept it is the money made it not matter, you know? Because, like, I think that's, like, right on. Yeah, you're hitting it right on the nose there. Like, you're just flat out being like, yeah, they paid me enough to where I don't care. But, like, I would kind of respect that more than just, like, beating around the bush. You know what I mean? Yeah, they paid me fucking $80 million, so I don't give a fuck.
Huge free speech absolutist.
My job is not to self-censor, right? Because there's no real censorship in our culture. You can say what you want, right? Not freedom of consequence. People will be upset.
Was sentenced to 1,000 lashes.
Some of them are even condemning other people for taking the same kind of work.
You know, like Burr's getting all this pushback, and it's like the first time I've seen in his career him not like aware of why it's happening.
Beyonce and Mariah Carey actually did private New Year's gigs for $1 million. Did New Year's gigs for Gaddafi's kids. Can you believe that? How much money do you need to make, you know?
This Messi deal is crazy. He turned down $1 billion from the Saudi government to go play in the United States.
A lot of times these athletes validate themselves through the contract that they get, even if they don't need the money. Right. And these contracts that you can get from Saudi or some of these oil states are so exorbitant, it makes you feel in the twilight of your career that you're still that dude. And maybe that's why Cristiano accepted it.
Oh, I didn't really think about that either, because they always get you on the back end. That is true. That's why they're not getting like Shane or other people that are like comedians that are kind of like at the peak or the climax of their career now, and they're more likely to say no. Saudi Arabia or like a lot of the leagues they built are like built out of people that are on the last 5-year stretch of their career. Like Ronaldo's not going to be playing 10 years from now.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's
They
exactly
need
what
that.
During the lead up, Bill Burr and most of the other comedians decide to stay quiet, but a few like Tim Dillon decide it's only fair for the fans to face the noise and put everything on the table.
I obviously don't agree with Saudi Arabian policies on women and things like that.
Yeah.
Is it my business to tell Saudi Arabia how to live? Truly.
How big was the check?
$375,000 for one show. I feel
For one night, he's getting $375K.
I will feel safe.
Dude, and that's one guy, and he's probably not even a headliner.
In Riyadh, I believe in luxury.
Like he's probably like a fucking pre-show. Like I doubt Tim Dillon would be the headline. He's a big comedian, but he got kicked off of it for saying that stuff. They didn't let him go. That probably broke his contract. Kevin Hart's getting paid. I'm telling you right now, Kevin Hart ain't going to fucking Saudi Arabia for $375K. Kevin Hart's probably going for 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, fucking 50 million. Kevin Hart makes fucking $100 million in a goddamn stupid movie that loses $800 million. Like, Kevin Hart makes that in fucking one line in a movie.
I'm going to say something and people aren't going to like it. If you think for 1 second that some of the slaves in that country are not proud of what they've built, I was fired from the Riyadh Comedy Festival.
He also revealed
immediately the jump cut forward. They kicked me off the show. I think I voided I think I said everything they told me not to say.
Paid anywhere from $100,000 to $1.6 million. And while the audience appreciates,
I feel like $100K the comedian should be able to say no to, right? Like, bro, these are like some of the world's most known comedians. They got to be making money, man.
And while the audience appreciates the honesty, Saudi...
Not that $100K ain't a lot of money, but like $100K, I feel like that's not enough to be like, yeah, sure, I'll do the show.
Authorities, not so much. Another comedian named Jim Jeffries makes the same exact mistake while trying to defend them.
People have been going, oh, how dare you go over there after, they killed a reporter. There's been a reporter.
He got kicked off.
Reporter who they killed. One reporter was killed by the government.
Also, Nimesh Patel chooses to drop out of the lineup and apologize to his fans.
What made me change my mind? Someone said, how can you be a free speech person here and then go to Riyadh? And that gave me a lot of...
That's also very valid. For him to take that contract, maybe also unknowingly, like, not really knowing what's going on fully in the country, his fans being like, why are you doing this? And then just being like, okay, I will not go.
Pause. Netanyahu asked me to do something. I'd say no. This feels like the same thing. If it was life-changing money, I'd probably be over there. I'm just being honest with you guys.
One by one.
Oh, he's saying if they paid him more, he would have stayed.
All the superstar comedians make their way to Riyadh. Pete Davidson, Jimmy Carr, Gabriel Iglesias, Kevin Hart. The venue is Boulevard City, Muhammad Al Ali Theater. Right as they arrive at the hotel, comedians are escorted through a gauntlet of interviews, gift receivings, and even sand rituals. Turkey posts all of it to social media, and the internet has a field day.
We got Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, and the other comics at the Riyadh Comedy Festival engaging in some sort of weird handprint in the sand ceremony.
Get used to me, because you're stuck with me now. So, Your Majesty, Your Highness.
I want to know what I can do to become a Saudi citizen. I'd like to start another family with the.
That is unreal glaze. That is unreal glaze. First day in the. Has he ever been there before? And he's been here for like 6 hours. Yeah, I'm coming off of 30 hours of no sleep. I'd love to start a family here. What's the process of getting citizenship?
In the Middle East.
The comedians take the stage, and pretty soon, quotes from the sets start making their way online.
Dave Chappelle had a lot to say, it seems. He says, right now in America, they say that if you want to talk about Charlie Kirk, that you'll get canceled. I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to find out. It's easier to talk here than it is in America. So...
Well, yeah, because you're talking to probably majorly Middle Eastern people about American politics. Like, I feel like it'd be easier to make like a really like fucked joke to people that aren't in the country in which the joke applies.
It's not exactly what critics want to hear.
I like that.
That'd be like, yeah, it's really easy for me to like, you know, just talk about Russia and like all the assassinations and things there to like people in Louisiana. You know, I can't do that over in fucking, you know, some unnamed city in Russia.
Turkey guy. I like turkey. He puts his mind to something, is happening. Okay? It's powerful. He can.
I don't get these people, man. How greedy are they? I do want to say, I get what you're saying, and I think that what the one guy did where he took it and then dropped out when his fans mentioned it was like the most realistic scenario. But like, I think it is a little glazed over as well to not recognize the amount of money they're being paid. Like in yours, you sitting there could be like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not defending these guys, by the way. Like, I don't think they should have done the show, but to say like, oh, how obvious it would be to just say no. Like when this guy comes up to you and goes, hey, 3 days of your time, I'll give you $2 million, which is what you'll make in your lifetime, right? It's kind of, it's not as easy as a no for the average individual, right? Now, these aren't average people. These are comedians that are extremely famous. And also, I would probably venture to say fairly wealthy, but.
Do you regret letting the women drive? It's just more people on the road. It's 100% more people and 100% more accidents. Honestly, I am surprised by how much shit you guys got here that we got back home. It's very similar in that regard.
Trench warfare was like truly like, and being alive in that time, dude, evil. Because there was almost no rules. So it was do whatever the fuck you want. There would be gas that would come over and you would just suffocate from that. But more so like if you're in the trench, there's bombs going off constantly. Doom, 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 doom. You're getting shell shock. That's why they called it shell shock. It was PTSD. But it was called shell shock because there was constantly bombs going off. Humans are only made to endure high-stress scenarios for short spans of time. Because in a 5-minute span, like say there's a lion or something that's approaching you, you're genetically made to deal with that stress in that 5-minute span, and either you're alive or dead, and then you move on. But in World War I, during trench warfare, that was just all the time. There was nonstop bombs. So you were always in that high-stress scenario. And if you were still alive, you were just waiting to die. And when the bomb stopped, you would go, oh, we're good now. When the bomb stopped, that meant the other people were running at you. So if you're awake for 18 hours, you're getting an hour of sleep. Then you're awake for 18 hours. You're getting an hour of sleep. You're awake for 18 hours. And you hear silence, that means you have to run to your guns because the other guys are running to you to jump into your trench and kill you. And they're gassing you out. They're doing all this other shit. There would be guys, they would draft, say they had to get a letter from one trench to another or another part of the trench. They would give 4 guys the same letter and go, run. Because they knew that 2 of you at least weren't making it. So then if you were the one that made it and you didn't die, they'd give you another letter and they'd go, now run it back. And then you had to fucking try and run that shit back. And fuck that. Then it got to a point where they knew that the other guys were running over, so they would dig other trenches prematurely. And so when they heard the silence, they would run to the back trench before that one got flooded and then gun those motherfuckers down.
Germany continued its war crimes and genocide, so not great. Number 3, 1943.
It was also really bad in 1942, 1943, World War II in general. Like, one of the biggest things you'll hear people talking about is, like, fighting the Japanese was really scary for Americans because even if they had the edge, the Japanese people wouldn't surrender. So if they ran out of ammo or knew they were going to die, they would just fucking run at your ass with a knife or a bayonet. Like, they would not give up. Like, they would just run at you. Vietnam was scarier too. Well, Vietnam, yeah, Vietnam also, I'm not sitting here saying, like, Americans were the victims. Americans did horrible things, too, during a large majority of these wars as well. Like, Vietnam, especially, Americans would mow down, like, innocent Vietnamese people. But in Vietnam, yeah, dude, there would just be traps. It was all just, like, jungle warfare.
Remember 1942? Like that. But, again, 1943 saw some of the deadliest battles of World War II. The Battle of Stalingrad.
Yeah, dude, Vietnam especially, what was that one thing they would say? Vietnam message to U.S. speakers. Like, it's like, you're gonna die, GI, or something, is what it would repeatedly say.
During the Vietnam War,
all right, that's not what I want to hear.
Operation involves exploit the
It is a very good idea.
Imagine being in the jungle, bro. You're freshly 19, right out of high school, bro. They send your ass all the way across the world, and you're literally watching your fucking friends explode, and you hear this in the jungles.
Defect, GI. It is a very good idea to leave a sinking ship.
And you're covered in dirt, half your friends are dead.
They lie to you, GI. You know you cannot win this war.
And you're there for no reason, too. Like, World War II, like, you're fighting Adolf Hitler, right? World War II, I don't support war in any way, but, like, Americans in World War II wanted to go to war. People would lie about their age to get into the army. Vietnam was the reverse lottery, bro. They pulled your name. That was a death sentence. Like, being in Vietnam had to have been one of the scariest fucking things ever. Like, having to fight on either side. Like, and dude, you're not even fighting you're fighting against communism. Like, you're not even fighting for, like, oh, the betterment of, like, people being, like, the Jewish people or something. Like, you're literally just going into Vietnam because your government's sending you. You would come back, and there were instances where, like, the soldiers were treated like shit, man. They didn't even like, it wasn't like they praised you when they came back, like World War II. It was so different.
Your rich leaders grow richer while you die in the swamp, GI. They will give you a medal, GI, but only after you are dead.
Like, bro.
Your government lies to you every day, poor soldier.
Like, dude, it's middle of the night and you're hearing that shit. Reverse. The U.S. would play U.S. sounds for Vietnamese people. The Vietnam, what was the tapes the U.S. would play on those big-ass speakers to the Vietnamese guys in the tunnels? Yeah, they would spray shit with Agent Orange, and Agent Orange got people killed. There's a whole video on, like, pesticides and how Agent Orange, like, ruined.
Would ever thought of that? Like, if they just had a home, they would not be homeless. Anytime you see a podcast clip on the internet, it is crucial to know who's behind the mic, because the more you dig into them, the more you realize just how
Well, they'll say unbearably obvious things like that or insanely stupid things. Like that one newscaster that was like, we should forcefully euthanize homeless people. Like, on live TV. Just outwardly was like, yeah, we should just, like, stab them with a needle and then get rid of them. You know, that'll be... Like, what? Who was the guy that said that? Brian Kilmeade. Brian Kilmeade said we should involuntarily lethal injection homeless people and just kill them, is what he said. on Fox. God damn.
Qualified everybody seems to be about the shit they're talking about. One of the greatest examples of someone with zero qualifications who does nothing but talk out of his own ass on podcasts has got to be Terrence Howard. Now, to those who don't know the lore about this dude, Terrence Howard is an actor. He was in the first Iron Man and a bunch of other movies way back in the day. But ever since his acting career has fizzled out, largely on his own accord, he has now devoted his entire life to a new interest in
Oh my God, no, that's Rob Schneider. Rob Schneider from Benchwarmers. I don't even know why he gets buzz. He'll go on like a news platform. He's like a fucking comedian, but he's like 60 now. He's been like irrelevant for years. But he's recently been on like news headlines. It'll be like, Rob Schneider's done with the woke mafia. Rob Schneider's had enough with liberals. Like, I don't care. Like, why do I care about Rob Schneider's fuck-ass opinion? Like, I love Rob, bro. I love Rob in Benchwarmers. Now Rob Schneider's going out. Rob Schneider's had enough with immigrants. Rob Schneider doesn't like the Mexicans anymore. Like, why do I care about what he's talking about immigrants? Like, or fucking anything. Like, and they're like outwardly broadcasting it. It's like, and they come out like they're a genius. I'm like, dude, you built a career in acting. Why are you giving like a forefront political opinion on a news station? Like, I'll talk about politics, but I'm never going to go on CSNBC and fucking be like, yeah, actually, I think the political unrest in Ukraine's been... I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'll share my opinion, but I'm not going to go on a fucking news station and act like I know what I'm talking about.
Challenging the very foundation of math.
1 times 1 equals 2. How do you come up with that conclusion?
Well, if I was wrong, then they wouldn't have made such a big stink about it. The fact that I was able to show them with their calculator, because they have 1 times 1 equaling 1.
Right.
An action times an action without a reaction. And as a result of it, you get this contradiction with the square root of 2 being cubed, having the same value as the square root of 2 times 2, which should say a red flag, a herring right away that there's something wrong with the mathematics.
He is saying absolutely nothing. Just endless yapping about whatever comes to his mind, hoping we somehow see a contradiction in fucking 1 times 1. Now, the craziest thing is that I remember hearing Terrence Howard arguing about elementary...
Wait, is he trying to say that base math is wrong? Like, we have fucked up basic mathematics? And, like, the root of everything that we understand is incorrect.
Math problems almost a decade ago. When he was trying to pull this shit at Oxford, he was getting mocked for being an idiot because nobody's gonna co-sign this incoherent garbage. But for some reason, ever since Terrence has made the rounds on these podcasts, I'm starting to see clips from that Oxford event resurface. One with over 700,000 likes, as if this motherfucker's Albert Einstein.
I want y'all to take out your phone for a minute then. Put it on the calculator. Now I want you to put in 2 and square root it. You'll get 1.414213562373095 ... right? Now I want you guys to do me a favor. Cube it. X to the 3. It'll see 2.8284271 2174 6190. I want you guys to do me a favor. Divide it by 2. Get that number, cube it again, and I want you to do that until the end of your lives. And that number will still come up with 2.8284271 2174 6190. This is what we call a loop. It doesn't make sense, and it does not make math.
Because you're doing the same fucking math problem over and over again. What the fuck you mean it doesn't make sense? You're fucking changing that. You're doing the same thing with the same number multiple times. 2 plus 2 divided by 2 is 4. Or wait, no. 2 plus 2 divided by 2 is 2. If I do it again, 2 plus 2, add 2 divided by 2, it's 2. If I add 2 divided by 2, it's 2. It's the same shit over and over and over again because you're doing the same fucking thing. It doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. That proves that math is normal because you're actually showing that the results stay the same.
Actually pissing me off is this is so goddamn easy to understand. Okay, so the problem he's doing is the square root of 2 times the square root of 2 times the square root of 2. Right away, if we multiply the root 2 times the root 2, we're just gonna get 2, and then we have a root 2 left over. So the answer is 2 root 2. Now, Terrence is saying that, oh, if you divide by 2, you just get root 2. How did we multiply something 3 times when we divide by 2, we get the same result? The shit we just multiplied to get here is 2. So if we divide by the same fucking number that got us here, we're gonna get back to where we started. There's no contradiction because we're not multiplying by 2 each time. It's not like 2 cubed is equal to 2 times 2. We're multiplying by root 2. This is literally the equivalent of you going on Google, Googling Google, going on Google, and then Googling Google. This is not some matrix breaking loop. You're just a dumbass going in a circle. Terrence has been doing this shit for years now. Nothing has changed about that. But
why are you able to Google? I understand being able to yo, chat, I really want to start saying just Bing it instead of let me Google it. I want to start that up. Can we start that, chat? When you want to look up something, just say I'm going to Bing it. Anyways, But, like, I understand being able to Google, or I understand being able to Bing Google, or Google Bing, right? But why am I able to Google a search engine that I'm already on? That's just, like, why is that even, I feel like it should be like error. This is stupid. Why are you Googling Google?
The difference today is that he's found a new community of idiots who believe in what he's saying because of him going on these influential podcasts. When this dude goes on Joe Rogan to spew the same exact debunk...
Oh, let me Bing that. See, that's what I just gotta start saying that. Let me Bing it.
What he's saying because of him going on these influential podcasts. When this dude goes on Joe Rogan to spew the same exact debunked math, Joe just eats it up with no hesitation.
Pull out your calculator, and I want you to enter the square root of 2 in there.
Bro, what the fuck is his point, though? That math is wrong? Or that we're, like, living in some simulation paradox that he's found the key to? Like, what is him and Joe Rogan's podcasts are, like, 3 hours long. What the fuck are they talking about a calculator problem for that long?
And quantum physics equation has that square root of 2 in there. We've been living in this lie, this fostered lie.
Oh my God, he has a t-shirt that says square root of 2.
For so long. Because
and what's the solution to that? One of the most interesting conversations I've ever had with the great and powerful Terrence Howard. It's a wild one, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of mixed reviews. But as crazy as some of the things this man is saying are, he's clearly brilliant. And if he's right, it's going to change the world.
I mean, it's true. If you want...
It's going to change the world how? Like, even if he was right, what's next? Like, he's just like, dude, shit's crazy. Square root of 2. How is it square root of 2 still?
To see brilliance, just take a look in the comment section. You'll find just the pinnacle of human intelligence.
The fact that he had the fortitude to challenge math at the highest level, even if he's wrong, still gives him credibility. I just like people that berate him for having the guts to speak up and articulate his viewpoint.
I don't understand this logic at all. First of all, he's not challenging math at the highest level. This is like first grade fucking math that he doesn't understand. And second,
it's like algebra 1. Algebra 2.
Just because you challenge something that is already concluded doesn't mean you're doing so with any expertise. You can just be a fucking idiot. You would think that people would see through it, but unfortunately, being a confident, uninformed dumbass actually has a persuasive psychological effect on less knowledgeable people known as the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's basically where people who are less knowledgeable about something tend to overestimate how much they actually know, and that lack of knowledge then drives their confidence about that.
Well, it's the Dunning-Kruger effect, but that's also why, like, early philosophers would say, I know that I know nothing. Like, being smart is the recognition that you are stupid, because stupid people think they're smart, but smart people know they're stupid.
And that same confidence is capable of convincing those who are just as, if not more, ignorant as them. Modern podcasts are the embodiment of this.
MMA vaccine is absolutely connected to a host of serious, debilitating fucking problems that kids have gotten from them.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Scientist. Are you saying that we shouldn't
Don't do that. Don't call me Mr. Scientist. I'll start mocking you, and it's so much easier to mock you.
5 minutes later.
This is a long conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast because I'm going to get angry, because I've researced this for years.
But you're not a scientist.
I don't have to be a scientist to know that.
Yes, you do.
No, Brian, shut the fuck up.
It's dudes sitting behind a microphone, talking with confidence for hours about shit they know nothing about behind big budget sets. To the average person, something about the presentation will likely captivate them, even if there's no substance behind what's being said.
Yeah, because, dude, it would be a hell of a lot different if they were sitting in, like, a bum-ass living room on, like, a broken couch, spewing opinions about how, like, Tylenol gives you autism and being circumcised makes you autistic. Like, if they were saying that in a shitty area, they'd be like, this guy's kind of stupid. But the second you have, like, a nice set, nice lighting, they're like, this guy has some credibility.
It's a voluntary fucking lobotomy disguised as education.
Robert F. Kennedy did say that.
That Joe Rogan clip is a rare example of someone...
It does? Oh, being circumcised gives you autism?
Actually pushing back against the garbage being spewed on podcasts. In this case, the biggest
increases your chance
podcast in the world. But most of the time, people who go on these shows are able to lie endlessly with no pushback whatsoever.
You know, if you take a banana and you mix it with a blueberry in a smoothie, it voids the nutrients of that blueberry.
way.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Theoretically, you know, if the Earth were round and you were to fly literally straight across, pointing the nose down to stay with the curvature, then you would just fly into outer space and land somewhere else.
What's the problem with microwaves? Microwaves, it basically bastardizes all the nutrients in the food, so you're just eating matter. So if you want to fill your stomach, you might as well just drink water.
Wow, so it cooks out all the vitamins and minerals.
Like, what is this fuck-ass opinion, bro? What? The microwaves are just heating up your food. What do you mean it's cooking out the nutrients?
So if you want to fill your stomach, you might as well just drink water.
Wow, so it cooks out all the vitamins and minerals.
I believe so.
Wow.
Top 3 educational podcasts, by the way. I was able to find so many of these insanely brain-dead takes from just this one podcast alone. The show has absolutely zero criteria for who gets on, and the host seems about as dim as the guest. And look, I'm not someone who believes that there aren't good or entertaining elements to any of these podcasts, or that they have to be 100% factual, or that the host has to be a hall monitor to every guest. But you have to understand that some of the people that go on these largely influential podcasts are either grifters or straight up insane and using these platforms to promote their nonsense because they know they'll be able to do so unchallenged. And you might—
Bro, like, why did Netanyahu go on the Full Send podcast? That makes, like, that just seems like a fucking weird last-ditch effort to get, like, the American youth on his side. Like, why is Netanyahu's going on the Full Send podcast with the fucking, the Nelk boys? What?
Be like, Habibi, the content creator is not responsible for their audience. They can think for themselves. Yeah, I agree with that. But I also think you should get shit on if you're just a useful idiot for someone else's agenda. Obviously, people who watch content have personal agency. But the point I'm trying to make is that we tend to underrate that the audience puts a lot of trust in the creators they watch. And it's very easy to manipulate that trust because content creators feel way more personal. You may not listen to a crackpot grifter selling you some bullshit, but if your favorite content creator is falling for it, there's a higher chance that you'll find it appealing as well. Think about it like this. When a company gets celebrities to do endorsements, they're doing it because they know that celebrity will give them legitimacy with their audience compared to just direct advertising. And if those companies later get exposed as frauds, the people that promoted it tend to suffer the blowback and wind up doing damage control. And in that same way, I feel like these podcasters don't have the—
Yeah, dude, there are some contract. It's not every social media contract, but there's a few like ad agencies that want you to sign. It's very rare, not common. I don't know if I just said it was common, but it's like there's a few ads that I've done where there's like some points in the contract where they're like, hey, if somebody ever tries to sue the brand, like, we can rope you into it. And I'm like, no, what? Like, if somebody ever tries to fucking sue your company that has nothing to do with me or my audience whatsoever, you're going to try and get me in on that? What the fuck? Like, dude, but yeah, that is why, like, advertising in general, when I do an ad, it's not even that you're more likely to hear me out is the thing. If you see an ad for a brand and it's just a YouTube mid-roll and it's some random fucking voice actor that's talking about this product, you're just going to eyes glaze over. You're not going to listen. Now, if I do the ad and you watch me currently, you're not going to buy the product necessarily, but you'll at least listen to what the fuck I have to say. And that's it.
I'm just a podcaster excuse for when the people they bring on are essentially doing an ad for some pseudo-intellectual nonsense that they legitimize by being so easily swayed and uncritical. I've seen so much medical conspiracy bullshit legitimized on these podcasts, and the most prominent guy in the space now runs the health department of my fucking country. This dude has spread fatal lies about treatments for previously eradicated diseases. Diseases now making a big comeback in 2025. Obviously, podcasts are not the sole blame for this, but they play a big part of a larger misinformation problem, and it's frustrating because a media that I once had so much love and respect for is dominated by those keen on manufacturing and selling stupidity. Because podcasts are insanely consumable by design, this bullshit travels so damn fast. For every 1 hour of your podcast, you can easily farm a bunch of clips, and then farm a bunch of TikToks from those clips, and that doesn't even take into account the people that steal those clips and post it on their page. It's a factory of—
Well, it's less of an issue with, like, podcasts that just do entertainment stuff. Like, the Rizzler episode on Theo Von was just, it's slop content, bro. You're talking to an 8-year-old. Like, you're not really getting much out of the Rizzler in terms of, like, Rizzler's not going to be like, yeah, well, actually, I do think Tylenol causes autism. And in reality, this is my opinion on the Israel-Palestine thing. No, like, he's not going to fucking share his opinion on that. But then the bigger problem is podcasts that get millions of views where it's like you bring on these guests that are perceivably experts but actually have no credibility whatsoever. But they just say their opinion very confidently, and they have a following, so it seems accurate. People don't fact-check shit, ever. on social media. That's the problem.
The garbage engagement bait will spread everywhere, and the people responsible will profit. But I worry that as this cycle seems to have no end, we are at best producing an infinite amount of slop, and at worst, mentally rotting our society. Moral of the story, be critical about the content you watch. Don't take everyone yapping behind a microphone at their word, even if it's your favorite creator, and most importantly, if you ever—
Yeah, bro, I'm wrong. A lot of the time, I'm wrong. Like, I will share opinions, which is different, but there's times I'll say something and I'll get it wrong. But it's like, you gotta, like, if you're like, wow, that's an interesting take Joe had, don't just take it, like, check me, you know? And then fucking look in on it.
in your life have ever thought to yourself,
Yeah, bing it. Bing it.
maybe I should start a podcast. Don't!
This is a paid actor posing as a homeless man raking in donation.
I enjoyed that. We're not watching this video today. We are going to watch a Get Rich Quick video another day, though. All right. Why people hate comedians now.
It's the summer of 2025, and world-famous comedian Pete Davidson is on a plane headed straight for...
Okay, no shit on Pete Davidson, but, like, I don't understand how he got so much bigger than any of the other SNL people around his era. Because Pete Davidson is, like, a funny guy, but I feel like he's a very niche person. You know, it was Ariana Grande. I think that made him more mainstream, but I don't think that made him like more put. People saying bacon, bacon, bacon.
Okay, great. That's awesome. Oh, you froze. Pete? Bacon, bacon, bacon.
I mean, outside of Pete Davidson, why people hate comedians now? I think it's because none of them make movies. Their comedy specials suck. They all just grift towards podcasts because it's what makes them the most money. It's like, I can't hate on them. But it's like most comedians don't actually create much anymore. It's a lot of low-effort podcast stuff.
Saudi Arabia.
I just, I get the routing and then I see the number and I go, I'll go. I've been...
Oh, that whole bit where a bunch of comedians went to Saudi Arabia and like sold out for like millions of dollars or something.
Getting a little bit of flack just because like my dad died 9/11.
And he's not alone.
Saudi Arabia's first comedy festival, I think. And they had a bunch of comedians go out there.
Using it to deflect attention from their human rights record.
How do you even promote that? Like from the folks that brought you 9/11.
It was like Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart, Bill Burr.
I wish COVID killed more people.
Louis C.K.
I might have killed a few people.
Aziz Ansari.
I kill for gay people.
I want to ask you about this comedy festival over in Saudi Arabia. These are not good people over there.
Take from Chris Rock. Nobody know. Don't tell anyone.
You stole a joke from Chris Rock?
Yeah, I do it. I do. Nobody know.
The government provided crucial assistance to the hijackers.
So
I'm glad you asked because, it's something I put a lot of thought into. I was just there to do a show for the people.
I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country.
But while this is the first time it's...
How much do you think they're getting paid to not care? They're basically getting paid an absurd amount of money to just write off, like, the mounds of hate they receive from their audience. Okay, I'm not liking the 9/11 aspect. They're basically calling all Middle Easterns terrorists. Yeah, no, that's definitely racist. How they're trying to say the one voiceover where they're like, they're basically doing a show for the people that funded terrorism. I'm like, okay, that's like extremely racist. You can make your arguments that like the people that are the rich, I guess, moguls or millionaire billionaires that are putting on this show are bad people and like contribute to like very bad work conditions or like borderline slavery. But, like, I feel like that's an entirely different conversation than 9/11 24 years ago. Most of the guys that are probably paying for this were, like, children then.
This is all part of an ongoing controversy that started back in 2017.
Saudi Arabia is buying up esports. And actually, the entertainment industry more generally, too.
Your Vision 2030.
Dude, did you see the picture with, like, all the people? It was such a random image. It was just all the people from Squid Games, Mr. Beast, iShowSpeed, and, like, professional soccer players. Just all in a room posing. I feel like so many, it's not uncommon, like shit in the UAE or like Dubai, like they will just spend to give a facade of how great this specific area is. Like that's not new news, you know? I think it's new that they're doing it with comedians and like comic shows, but like, bro, I think the entire point of like Dubai as a city in terms of like marketability towards rich people is building bigger, better, and greater things to make more and more people move over there. Dubai already has a bunch of laws in place that effectively enable it to be like a safe haven tax-wise for a lot of businesses, but they can't really give that oomph to people to move there. And they have like different sectors similar to like New York City or big cities and how they function and where you're able to like hold taxes and not get like it's a big money game on why Dubai's rich and why people decide to move there or move their businesses there. But it's like a lot of the, I guess, flaunting of money shit that they do is for that purpose. It is to flex, but it's also to put this facade of like, wow, look how great this city is. Like, you should move here. And it's like kind of like marketing towards the rich. Why they're choosing a bunch of comedians, I don't know.
It is really beautiful.
Saudi Arabia had just gotten a new leader, the young and ambitious Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS.
What do you have fun doing?
Video games.
Oh, what's that? Video games. You're a big gamer.
He knows his kingdom's reputation isn't great. The US State Department's put them at high risk for travelers, so tourism is basically non-existent, and foreign investors are hard to come by.
An interesting tweet from billionaire Saudi prince appears to offer an award of 100 Bentleys to the pilots involved in the Saudi bombing campaign.
So, MBS announces Vision 2030, a plan to turn Saudi Arabia into a mecca of tourism and entertainment.
I think that the new Europe will be the Middle East.
Things start off pretty well. He lightens up some of the religious laws, gives women some rights, and opens up movie theaters. The headlines look great. However,
I think that is one of the big downsides. It's like the modernization of like the traditions are still there, and religiously there are a lot of reasons why they function the way they do. But like from a Westerner perspective, like you're not going to want to take your family to Dubai or Saudi Arabia if like the restrictions on their people or women specifically are heavy. You know, it's like just not, it's conflicting values. So like if you want that level of tourism, it's almost impossible to get unless you literally change how your country and your people function, which I don't think they have to do by any means. But I'm saying like, it's not some mystery why, right, nobody goes.
It seems like most of the reforms' only function is to help them rebrand.
The Crown Prince has made a public show of allowing some women to drive.
Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince believed by Western intelligence agencies to have ordered the butchery of journalist Jamal Khashoggi.
But the changes do enough to impress the right people, and MBS is hailed as a visionary.
More striking, social revolution with women driving the change.
Has really done things, and I think especially what you've done for women.
You know, a lot of people have described you as a visionary leader. I talked to a number of...
Well, the table of all men. You know, you've done really great stuff for women. There's just only dudes. Just only dudes at the table.
Your citizens, and that's how they describe you. And you didn't even plant them. That's really how they talk about you.
To handle the entertainment.
Isn't this about comedians? Yeah, it's giving the history of like how it led up to the big comedy show.
Inside is Muhammad's right-hand man in a high school.
Dude, I think the other thing that like I guess is the downside is, yes, they put on these big tourist events and attractions for people, and they are trying to lure in, you know, wealthy individuals to come tour there and, you know, bring money and I guess energy into the city and the country. But if you're throwing on like a toured show where you have fucking 80 of the world's best comedians come fucking do their work, I'm assuming it's going to be absurdly expensive, you know, to go see that show. It's like Coachella. It'd be like saying, hey, we're trying to make Coachella Valley feel more like a tourist spot. So we're going to hold a huge music festival that costs $10,000 for the average person to fucking go to. Like, yeah, it's fun, but it's fucking a goddamn waste of money. You know what I mean? Like, I went to Coachella. It was the most expensive thing I have ever fucking done in terms of an experience. You know, not the most expensive thing I've ever bought, but it's like, dude, it was $10,000 for two people. For two people. I went to Iceland for a week for cheaper. And so in the same front, maybe, I don't know how expensive this comedy show is, but I'm assuming it's fucking out of the average person's budget. You know, Disney World flying to fucking the UAE or the Middle East to come fucking, you know, watch a comedy show. Like, which are you going to choose? Both are expensive. One's really fucking expensive and halfway across the world.
Gaming buddy, Turkey Al-Sheikh. He starts by investing in his passion for boxing.
I felt like it was something that could never be fixed until this guy showed up. He has invested more money, and more money into this sport than literally ever. So,
as I said last week.
Well, I mean, didn't they? Doesn't Saudi Arabia have Ronaldo? No, you actually have to. You have to have the pea brain to take this, dude. New version of Wolf #1, the anti-counterfeiting card inside, used at your own risk.
It just really doesn't translate. Oh, there we got a little bit. All right, new version of Wolf #1, the anti-counter. Okay, we get it. It's anti-counterfeiting. See, all this stuff gets all
1 hour before sex.
Jumbled in this matrix of like weird colors and designs. What it
Break into pieces, or you're not even supposed to take a full one.
At the top here is this product embodying the most advanced.
Can invigorate yang. What's gonna bring out the dark side? Yo, what the fuck? Horsetail.
Technology is a new generation of fast-acting, blood-boosting medicine extracted from various raw materials.
All right, I would take this for the shits and giggles. Yo, I feel like this would make you vomit, though. Like, this can't be safe.
Including deer whip, bull whip, ginseng, horsetail. And this can invigorate yang. Okay.
Can invigorate yang. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Like yin and yang? My God. Yeah, can invigorate yang. Yang is your aggressive growth size. Masculine, active, assertive, warm, heaven moment. Bro. Oh no, yin is dark. Yang is light. But it brings out the masculine side. There's gonna be some weird shit in it outside of the horsetail, bro.
Unsure of the dose.
It'd be like bull semen.
Dose here, it says 1,500 milligram times 8 tablets. But here it says 500 milligram. So that would be 4 grams then, not 1,500 milligram. Yeah, this is...
So the dosing's wrong. Might as well just take the whole pack.
Legit just a sketchy mess.
Oh, sick. Oh, there's a pill missing? That's even better. There's a pill missing. Oh, fuck no. Somebody's tampered with the product.
Oh my gosh. What do we have here?
Why is it to the side? Like, this makes sense. Why is there one over here? Is it not meant to be there?
It's like a little collector's pack. This one is missing because I took that out earlier.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, bro, I'm not taking that shit if I open the box and there's a pill missing.
It was fully...
Somebody pop that shit out like you're using that Trident gum.
Intact when I bought this. Here you see the little wolf decal on the back. Looks really nice and professional, actually. And in here we have our little trading card. I guess you're supposed to, you know, trade these with your friends. Lord only knows. Wolf 1. So basically this card is just giving you ways to verify.
In 2003, they've been making these since 2003 for 22 years.
This is a legit product with like the designs, the insignia on here. I think this is just them trying to pretend like it's something special and people maybe buy this. I don't know. Bullwhip, ginseng.
The drug effect can last up to 2 days. Yo, you would have to go to the hospital. You would have to go to the hospital. You take a fucking boner pill and it's rocking for 2 days. You would literally have to go. You would have to go to the ER. That's like not safe.
Seahorse.
48 hours.
Sea snake, starfish, etc.
Oh! Seahorse? Seahorse, sea snake, and starfish. So they're just putting random animals in this, etc. What does that mean? There's not really... Like, you could do etc. if it was like seasonings. You're listing a bunch of random dead animals that you put in this, etc. What's the etc. after seahorse, sea snake, and starfish? Eel?
I've seen this before.
Jellyfish? Shark?
When they put etc. there, it's like, hey, we're the sketchiest thing in the world. I love it whenever ingredients of things that you ingest into your body just say, and some other stuff. As far as these ingredients go,
oh, well, it's just minimal, you know? It's like probably like less than 1%. They don't really need to tell you.
I really don't know.
Aphrodisiac product that can quickly nourish the kidneys and invigorate yang.
Oh, I mean, ginseng.
Regulate chi. Regulate chi and activate chi.
I mean, ginseng does help with
Yo, they're acting like this is going to give me like a peace of mind spiritually.
energy. Bullwhip, I'm not really sure if that's a mistranslation or not. Seahorse, sea snake, starfish. Like, I can't imagine those do anything. I'm sure if you Google it, it'll say something or another, but I mean, it's just not really descriptive. Like the way this is written, it's like there's a whole starfish in here. What kind of starfish, you know? It doesn't really tell you. Do not mix with any other medications and do not use again within 24 hours. Okay. But then over here it says it lasts up to 2 days. So
I mean, are aphrodisiacs even a real thing? I thought that was like a fucking myth, bro. When people are like, chocolate's an chocolate's aphrodisiac. Snails are an aphrodisiac. Every motherfucker, bro, that eats oysters. Anytime I'm with somebody who's eating oysters, you know these are an aphrodisiac. Thanks for telling me, man.
in order to show you the full sketch dieselness of this, I have to break one open.
Why does he have gloves on like they're gonna like fucking, it's gonna like burn through his skin? You're gonna take one of these.
I have done this before, but look at this. So here's the pill. DL, it says on one side.
Doesn't it kind of look like it was painted with like actual like house paint? Like not food dye. It kind of looks like you painted like an egg.
And on the other, apparently. It's this very nice, pretty shade of blue.
What does
But
DL
look
mean?
what happens whenever I break it open. This does not look professional to me.
It's like baby powder.
See, the breaking side is not like a uniform split. It's all jumbled, it's all crumpled. It doesn't look like the ingredients were milled well together. Like, I think it's missing agents that we add in real.
Yo, I want to go to the factory so bad where they make these. Like, there is a place somewhere in China where they're at right now, they're manufacturing these. Like, they're like, and who are they selling them to? Like, businesses are buying these in bulk to fucking deal to people?
Medicines to make them blend better, and I don't think this has that in it. Additionally, if you look on the side here, like where the blue paint meets the white chemical structure, or supposed.
Yeah, it looks like lead paint.
It's very clearly just painted on here. Like, these are just tablets that they made, and then they dipped it into some dye. It wasn't like actually coated or anything. Although those things in and of themselves aren't necessarily bad, it's just not consistent with a well-made product. So this is like getting...
I love how he's reviewing this like it's the new iPhone. Like, we're 8 minutes in, he hasn't taken it yet. He's like breaking it open, look at all the ingredients. This is not a well-milled product. I could tell they didn't really put their heart and soul into this.
Sketchier the more I look into it. I can't wait to take this.
You think he's ever done a rhino pill?
Before I ingest this supernova of serenity, I want to take my blood pressure first. This is something I've been doing to try to see if there's any like physiological effects at all going on here. So I got my little blood pressure machine here. Let's test it out. This is our baseline. So 137/87, 114.
Not bad, not great.
Heart rate. That's
Could be
a little bit
lower
high for me.
Yeah.
But that's what we're at right now. I got another one of these taken out here. Okay. The blue mystery pill all the way from the east.
Oh, the Steelers mug. I thought he was going to chew it. He just dies. Just on the spot he takes, he's like, ooh, that didn't feel good. It just turns green.
Have I made a grave mistake? This is so weird. Okay, well, the good news is...
Bro, I would be like nervous, man. This would, I feel like after taking this would feel like the fear I had like the first time I've like tripped. Like you're just like, oh fuck, what's gonna happen?
We finally got it ingested. The bad news is I have to go meet my friends now.
What? He had to go out to, bro, you're going to a bar after you just took a rhino pill? The equivalent of you just took a wolf pill, you're gonna leave your house? Nah, that's insane.
You guys ever chug a bottle of NyQuil?
Oh my god, is he doing stand-up?
Posted a video of it the other day and someone messaged me and said, mentally challenged.
Oh.
I said back.
All right, but this bit would be really funny if he was just like, you know, just rocking a stiff. He's like, he goes and does the worst bit ever. Yeah, tough crowd. Does the worst bit ever after the rhino pill.
Challenge accepted.
Oh my god, nobody's laughing.
That was not fun at all. You know what this...
You didn't have to do that. What is that a part of the experiment? You just made yourself go do stand-up.
second worst feeling in the world is? Standing on stage and having a crowd of people laugh at you. You know what the worst feeling in the world is? Standing on stage and having no one laugh at you. Oh my gosh. I didn't even get to talk to my friends. Hardly any of them were there. I kept asking people if they wanted to try my sketchy Chinese pill, and they all...
Oh my god, this guy at a bar walks up to me and is like, you wanna eat this? See, now that'd be kind of scary. This dude just pulls up to you at a dive bar on like a fucking Thursday. He's like, you want to take this fucking wolf pill with me? I just popped one 30 minutes ago. No, I think I'll pass.
All said no. They looked at me like I was crazy. Like, I just want a friend to try funny pills with, and none of them would do it. They were just like, oh, that's weird. I asked one guy, and then I asked the second guy, and then the first guy saw me asking the second guy, and he's like, did he just ask you? And he's like, yeah. He's like, you gotta stop doing that. It's weird. I was like, oh my God.
He's just walking to every guy at the bar being like, you want to take this wolf pill? Yo, there's no way. And then everybody at the bar knows who he is.
Oh, stop. Like, a guy can't have hobbies? Like, what the heck? Then I got on stage and it just wasn't funny at all. And the pill didn't do anything. I don't even care enough to take my blood pressure. I mean, I will here.
It didn't do anything?
Just for scientific purposes, but it did absolutely nothing. I'm just really grumpy and upset because I just wasted a whole evening. Wasted a whole day, really.
Give it another 45 minutes. It's gonna invigorate your yang soon.
Expecting so much out of this pill. I wasn't
gonna activate your chi.
I wasn't even hungry. I couldn't even eat good food when I was there. Like, literally nothing interesting happened at all. Stupid pill. Getting everybody's hopes up. 130 over 79, 106 heart
It dropped his blood pressure.
rate. Yeah, it was a dud. It was a scam. I got scammed out of $20, man. Oh my gosh. Like, what's wrong with the world, dude? Like, a guy can't even have fun anymore. Well, hopefully the next one's more.
Why is he so... What I eat in a day, TikToks are insane.
TikTok what I eat in a days have genuinely gotten out of control.
What you guys are today for a little snack for dinner? I wanted to have something sweet, so I got 2 boxes of the crumble cookies, you guys.
That is a fucking heart attack. Brooke literally just got me 4 of those cookies, and they taste good as hell, dude. I eat one of those, and I feel fucking disgusting after. Like, I'm happy to eat them, and I enjoy eating them. But, dude, one of those cookies is, what, like 600 calories more? And that's what? That's a box of 2 boxes of 8? 16 crumble cookies. I think if I ate 16 crumble cookies in one sitting, I would die. They're 1,000 calories. How much is a crumble cookie? Over 800. The semi-sweet chocolate one's like 700. Just so much saturated fat, just a heart attack. I don't actually think, bro, I don't think anybody actually eats like this, though. Can I say that? I understand there's people that are overweight and there's people that are obese, but I genuinely don't believe that there's anybody that orders 8 crumble cookies and eats them casually. I feel like a lot of it's for content. Because there's like, I don't want to say it's like a fetish or anything, but like the amount of people that love watching like mukbangs and watch people get morbidly obese. Like, there are people that enjoy watching YouTubers, like, delve down this rabbit hole of, like, pure unhealthy dog shit. And, no, seriously, like, there are millions of views. Like, there's 20 different YouTubers that make mukbangs. And not, like, regular mukbangs. Like, mukbangs where they just eat shit. And just hordes of shit. It's not anything they would regularly eat. But it's like the content they make, and it's how they make money, so they do it. But then they just start fucking gaining weight rapidly. Nikocado Avocado? Yeah.
Honestly,
I mean, not anymore. He's like healthier now, but
nothing could have prepared me for these meals these morbidly obese people are eating. And honestly, I was just left disgusted by the absolute gluttony on show. And I want to start by looking at the diet of the up-and-coming creator known as James Bowler, who loves to show off his little snacks, as he calls them.
You guys, today for breakfast for a little snack, we're
a
gonna
whole box of Twinkies. Does he actually just eat all of them on camera, though? There's no way.
have a whole box of Twinkies and some milk. Let's get started. These are literally like my favorite snack. I can swallow them whole. Second one.
Bro, why do people want to watch this, though? Is there... No, seriously. Because it's not ASMR, you know? That's why I was saying it has to be, like, some weird... Like, the moaning. I'm telling you, bro, it has to be, like, some fetish content. Like, there's no way... Because I get the appeal of ASMR, where, like, somebody eats something that makes, like, a weird crunchy noise. Bro, what's that? You know that ASMR where they be drinking, like, slurp juices? Like this. That's satisfying. That's satisfying to watch. I get that. But that's not, like, necessarily unhealthy. It's just, like, this guy drinks stuff that's, like, satisfying in these weird tubes and stuff, and it's, like, cool to watch. But there's, like, that, and then there's just, like, actually just watching somebody eat a box of fucking Twinkies. Like, it's not...
And I mean, before we get into what he eats, it's pretty impressive that James doesn't actually fit into the frame of his camera. Like, he's literally so wide, we can't see how wide he is. But back to what he eats, in what world is this a light snack? 2 boxes of Twinkies with a glass of milk has around 3,800 calories, and James is just literally...
And just straight fat and sugar, man.
Inhaling them. And honestly, just making the most disgusting...
Dude, he's panning into it, though. There's no way he just makes that noise when he's eating it. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's moaning. This is just fat shaming. He's being rude, yeah. The point that he's trying to make of this being bad is not fat shaming. When he was like, he's so wide he doesn't fit in a frame, that's fat shaming. But, no, that is fat. Making fun of somebody because they're fat is fat shaming. Pointing out the fact that they're eating unhealthy and they're going to fucking die because they're eating unhealthy is not fat shaming. I've always said that. Right? There's a difference between being like, hey, this is terribly unhealthy, and then, hey, making fun of somebody because they're fat.
Noises while doing so.
Yes, I got 2 because every time I finish these, no se me quitan antojos, so I got 2 boxes. Remember, Balance is key. We're going to be having a meal like this. Balance is key. Like, so we have some water. I wasn't into Diet Coke, but I was like, I was feeling a little spontaneous today, so...
It's rage bait content. I really do believe it's rage bait content. I don't think he actually thinks this. There's no way he thinks a bottle of water is balancing out the crumble cookies that he's eating. You know? Like, it's to annoy people to bait engagement, which gains views and money. Like, that's what it is. All right, that one looks pretty fucking good. No, that one looks pretty fucking good. Yeah, the moanings is really upsetting, right?
And this is a genuine question. Like, is this just some sort of fetish content? I just don't.
That's what I'm saying. What's with the moaning? What's with the moaning? Why we're eating a box of crumble cookies? It's like there's not a second of like silence.
I don't understand who this content is aimed at, and honestly, it's just sad to watch. I actually originally thought it was all rage bait, and there was no way that.
Oh no, I think it is. I think it's a mixture. I think it's like 80% rage bait and then 20% fetish content. Like that's because there's no. This isn't ASMR, right? There's no mic. He's recording on his phone. It's not like he's like eating it next to the camera or something.
Would actually eat this stuff day in and day out. But then you look at the size of him, and he clearly is. And he uploads one of these videos pretty much every single day.
Well, I think that's probably the cause, right? Like, you could eat healthy outside of this, and you would still gain weight. Like, if you're eating 3 caramel cookies on camera, that alone's 1,800 calories. That's like a day's worth of calories.
Today for a little snack.
Like, even just that. Like, dude, outside of the...
Oh my god. These cookies are amazing.
I don't know. I think it shouldn't... how do you fix this, right? Because it's like... If they're making these videos that are a minute long and they're getting paid for them, you know, they're making fucking $100 a video. Like, why would they not want to do it? But you can't demonetize that because they're not really breaking TOS. Like, they're just eating food.
That Jynxzi slice with those.
The shits are insane. Oh my god, the diarrhea, bro.
Oh my god.
Straight diarrhea. Going into that bathroom. Liquid shits. Liquid shits later, bro.
She says she's starving.
It's on this level of self-harm. Yeah, but you can't. No, you can't. No, because if somebody... You can't, no, you couldn't put that in TOS because it would be discriminatory. Because then if I on stream ate 10 Twinkies, people would be like, damn, that's bad. Like Jynxzi. Jynxzi lost the Roblox 1v1 with me. He drank a 2 liter of Sprite. That's like 300 grams of sugar. That's self-harm. It's not TOS, but it's like, if you see somebody that's morbidly obese doing it, then it's now considered that. Like, you know what I mean?
Despite eating about 2 days worth of calories, and honestly...
Roblox? Oh, no, Rocket League. Sorry.
It isn't surprising.
It's because I was playing Roblox with Steak.
And for one, when you're that big, you're going to need more food to feel full because her stomach will be physically larger. And 2, she had...
I don't think it's the stomach. I don't think it's stomach physically being larger. It's you're not consuming an amount of food that's going to make you feel full. You're eating... high caloric density, low dietary fiber foods. Your shits are going to be rock hard. You're always going to feel like you need more.
So many calories from sugar.
You're going to digest it so fast.
And carbs that her blood sugar will be spiking and then crashing, which is leading her to be more hungry.
Your stomach gets bigger. Yeah, when you eat amounts of food, it's volume.
Than if she ate whole meals and a high protein diet. The comments in this video weren't happy with her either. That's like 2 days of food. Stop making all this normal. There's
more than 2 days of food. It's like 5. It's like 6,000 calories.
Nothing normal. All this sugar is poison. Health is the most important thing we have. This is literally self-harm. Someone even commented defending her, saying that she isn't normalizing this much food, but the trouble is that she's doing exactly that. By posting these videos, there will be other people saying this who eat like her, and when they see other people doing it online, it...
Thought I was done eating for the night. You make me hungrier. Were those hard-boiled eggs topped with CC? Or deviled eggs?
People doing it online, it normalizes it to them and makes them feel like they don't.
You know the type of food videos that I like? Brooke put me on. It's this teacher that eats the most disgusting shit every day for fucking lunch, bro. She'll make like onion cups and like this pizza with like mayo on it. Oh my God, it's disgusting. But it's like interesting to watch because it's not unhealthy food. It's just stuff that's like, I don't want. Why? Courtney? Yeah, everybody just knew. Oh my God, it's so gross. It's like, it'll be like soup dumplings, and then just with like onion cups. I'm like, yo, that room has to stink. Like the students in that room when she breaks out her lunch Tupperware bin probably be like, what's her name? Yeah, I know her name's Courtney, but I need to like look up.
Life did not.
Oh, here it is. Courtney Cook. I need to find one that's like gross because she does make good food, but like some of them it's just like, oof. It's like, oof.
Happy Monday. Okay, I have a big old sweet potato. Holy crap. Yeah.
This is just lunch.
Some green onions, some butter. Oh, Buddha K. What is that? I'm gonna pick them up. Oh.
Just eating a potato. Just eating a potato and onions, bro. Like what is that called? Like a Baltic breakfast. I love watching those too. Some dude with just a bunch of onions and shit, and you just like just munching on them.
Won't need to change. If Brandy wants to literally kill herself eating that much food, then she should be allowed. But she shouldn't be allowed to be monetized on these platforms for it. And
I get that point where it's like you shouldn't be able to be paid for it, but I mean, there's so much worse shit that people get paid for on content. So.
Although Brandy only has 160,000 followers,
it's like if you demonetize this, you have to demonetize anything that's bad for you, and then like half of content in general is not monetizable.
Adi Gutierrez has almost double that follower count and seems to have an even worse diet.
What I ate today as a baddie. Cereal for breakfast.
I mean, again, she is just another influencer starting the day off with a massive bowl of sugar. I get cereal's convenient and a lot of people watching this video will probably eat it, but just take
I used to eat cereal every day before school.
some time to look at
Something you got to grow out of though. I think like once you're out of high school and you're eating, you can't be eating like just straight like Cocoa Pebbles for breakfast. That's like a dessert thing. I eat cereal for dessert now. Starting of the day, bro, you got to be eating like egg whites, bagel, you know, some shit like that. Fruit if you want sugar. Not like, or cereal, yeah, like Weetabix. Or even like mini wheats, bro. Like that's like better. At least you're getting like good calories.
how much sugar is in your breakfast
Starting the day with a bowl of Trix
cereal, and I can guarantee you will be surprised. Like I said before, eating this sugary cereal is an awful start to your day and it'll just leave you feeling hungry later. And then to make things worse, she has about 4 portions of it in just that one bowl.
Good morning, baddies.
double Red Bull.
Sugar-free, of course.
Yeah, I gotta say, the original Red Bull flavor is fucking ass. It is so bad. And Red Bull did a great job marketing-wise with, like, relating Red Bull to, like, sports and, like, energy.
Store security systems. And those 2 lines, look, they almost cross like an X. As the killers drop, tech rises. Coincidence? As we see again, maybe. But again, hard to ignore the timing. When I first started looking at this, it reminded me of my own hometown, actually, when we first started installing its first set of traffic cameras. People complained like crazy. It's like, oh, Big Brother's watching. They said it was pointless. But guess what happened? Car accidents at that intersection where they put in the first ones dropped by like almost half. I mean, not because people suddenly cared about safety, but because they knew they were being watched. Now, imagine being a predator.
I feel like traffic cameras, though, like, I don't think people were upset more with traffic cameras for the effect of, like, oh, Big Brother. I think it's more like, damn, I ran a stoplight and it just took a picture of my plate. Is that more agreeable? I feel like that's more what people are annoyed with. Nobody cares about a traffic camera, like, recording info. It's when they use that to give you a ticket because you ran a yellow and it hit red and now you're getting charged, you know, fucking hundreds of dollars. You got points on your license. You're going to be like, oh, this sucks. You know, that's what people are upset about.
Knew they were being watched. Now, imagine being a predator in 1977. No cameras, no databases, no caller ID. It was like the wild...
No fucking street lights! That's another thing. You could stab somebody right out in the open. There were no lights anywhere. Yes, there were street lights. They existed, but they were more far and few between. In the 70s, used a lot of other random shit. And when you have that, there was no need to be like, oh, what if somebody sees me? Because it's fucking pitch black everywhere.
NCIC, National Crime Information Center, went live in 1967, but it really came into its own in the 80s and 90s.
The National Crime Information Center is a computerized system serving all law enforcement agencies, local, state, and federal.
You could think of it as like a giant digital filing cabinet for law enforcement across the U.S. It stores everything. Criminal records.
Oh my God.
Stolen
What? So if you're a serial killer that's moving across multiple states, it's easier for county and city police to also get roped in on it and find out things about you rather than it just being some high-grade CIA type shit, FBI. They're looking into a guy that's like cross-country killing people as a trucker. Now they can just see that.
warrants, fingerprints. Suddenly, you got a cop in Nebraska could type in a license plate and know instantly if it was connected to a crime in Arizona. I mean, that was revolutionary. Then came VICAP, the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, launched by the FBI in 1985. VICAP was designed specifically with serial offenders in mind. It's a database that tracks the details of violent crimes, methods, victim types, crime scene signatures, and it looks for patterns across jurisdictions. So if a strangulation in Kansas looked eerily similar to one in Oklahoma, VICAP could flag it. Before that, those cases would have lived and died in separate filing cabinets. I mean, that...
I still think there's serial killers that exist today. It's just like, I don't want to say it's like more low profile, but like, bro, like Ted Bundy and John Wayne Gacy, bro, they'd be killing people like every other month. Like, it would be nonstop. I feel like serial killers now, they'll kill a guy, wait 5 years, kill a guy, and then that's not showing up, right? Like, they're still a serial killer. They still have a profile of an individual that they're tracking down. They've been doing this their whole life. They wait for it. But they're like separating it to a point where it's not showing up of like, oh, this seems like a pattern because it's so spaced out.
That seems absolutely huge, don't you think? I mean, even if it wasn't perfect, and VICAP especially struggled in the early years because not every department was using it properly or reporting it. It was the beginning of a net, though. A net that got tighter every single year. Let's talk about cameras. In the 70s, you could walk down a street, grab someone, shove them into a car, and unless somebody physically saw you with their own two eyes...
Yo! And even if they did, you wear a mask. All right, so what do you have info on the suspect? I don't know, man. He was wearing a mask and gloves. I don't even know what skin color he was. He was like this tall. He was driving a car. About useless ass information. Nobody helping you.
You were invisible. Surveillance cameras were incredibly rare. Grainy if they were there and just local. By the late 90s, though, suddenly cameras are everywhere. So look at Israel Keys. He thought he was smarter than the system. He planned meticulously, stashed kill kits across states, went to extraordinary lengths to beat the system and go undetected. But when he abducted Samantha Koenig in 2012, cameras began closing the circle almost immediately. An ATM camera caught him withdrawing money from her account. Gas station cameras picked up the car he was driving. Each frame, each timestamp, stitched together his trail.
Bro, that's why I really think, like, I don't want to say most, but I would feel like most or a lot of modern serial killers have to be either lawyers or, like, in law enforcement or tech. Because they have to know everything. Like, I really think it would be like Dexter. Like, that's the only way that... because how do you just know this information? Because you would be, like, Googling stuff that would put you on a fucking watch list. Like, if you were actually trying to plan out, like, how to kill someone, You would just have to know it. Like, there would have to be a reason.
In another era, he probably would have slipped through. So here's where I think about my own childhood again. I grew up in the 90s, so when the first camcorders were becoming a little more common, my friend's mom had one of these giant ones, it was like this big. It basically had a VCR attached to it. She'd bring it to our baseball games, and it looked like a news crew was showing up. But by the time I was in high school, cameras, they were getting smaller. We had digital cameras, right? Like those Canon Power Shots and stuff. And then
now, bro, now it's like, yo, now they got the meta glasses, bro. You ain't even know if somebody's recording. You're a serial killer trying to like lure a guy and kill him, and he's like, hey, buddy, got the metas. Got the meta. Actually, I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch right now.
2 years later, of course, phones. I can't even imagine being able to do something violent in public and not ending up on like a dozen lenses at this point. See, serial killers are predators of opportunity. Take away anonymity, and you're taking away half their hunting ground. It's easy to forget how revolutionary the 911 system was. I assumed it had been around like practically forever.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a mad stupid question right now. When did that exist? Did they just not have that before? Obviously, like way back, no, but even in like the 60s, you couldn't just call for help on like a landline.
Pretty shocked when researching for this very episode to learn that nationwide adoption of 911, that didn't even start until the 80s. And it was...
What? So what would you do in like the 50s? Just fucking deal with it? Nothing? Somebody just has a heart attack, you're like, oh, I guess I gotta drive you to the hospital or you're dead.
It wasn't even until the mid-90s.
Top 10 worst years in human history.
Around for roughly 200,000 years. And honestly, most...
Let me guess a few of them. Something with the Black Plague. World War II when the bombs dropped. In human history, I was gonna say in history, probably when the meteor hit the dinosaurs. Humans weren't around then. 2008. Why? The housing market crash? Y2K when the world didn't end.
that time was spent dying in pools of our own diarrhea.
2020. I don't think like COVID years are top 10 worst years in human history. Yeah, Holocaust. That's why I said World War II.
So when you think of the worst years in human history, it's basically all of them. But that would be a boring video. So let's be prisoners of the moment and allow recency bias to cloud our analysis as we rank the top 10 worst years to be alive in human history. Number 10, 1918. This year kicks off with a
I feel like that was a pretty fire year now. Wasn't that right before the Roaring 20s? Roaring 20s was like a great time to fucking like be a middle-class American.
little something called the Spanish flu.
Unless you were black or a woman or a minority or a non-white man or disabled. Okay, so maybe it wasn't a great time to be alive during the 1920s.
Surprisingly, this flu wasn't
or gay. Yeah, okay.
Actually from Spain, but it was still no bueno. Exact numbers for the death toll are kind of hard to pin down.
Oh, Spanish flu.
But estimates range from 20 to 50 million human deaths globally. The Spanish flu was
50 million deaths. How many people died from COVID? 7.1 million. Wow. So Spanish flu was like 6 times that? No, 7 point something times.
Particularly deadly for 2 reasons. 1, it was a brand new strain of the flu, and 2, the conditions of the Great War made it so much easier for the disease to spread. Soldiers returning home brought the flu with them, infecting people in remote areas who had no immunity to the virus. What was extra special about the Spanish flu was that it was unusually deadly for young adults compared to other flu viruses of the time, leading to a significantly higher death toll. This disease...
Chat, if you got the Spanish flu, do you think you would eat that shit? I think I got a pretty weak immune system when it comes to like big illnesses. I had COVID twice, and I was fine. But that was COVID. Spanish flu, like part of me, okay, I would never want it, but part of me is like, would I die with the Black Plague? Yeah. No modern medicine, right? Like, let's say you get the Spanish flu, but you're not allowed to take like Advil, Tylenol, nothing. Like, you're just you're ripping it. You know, like you're lasting that shit out. It's wraps. Most of us are dying.
Was terrifying for doctors.
Black Plague has to be on this. The Black Plague was so bad that people thought it was an evil that brought the end of the world, bro. That many people fucking died. There were bodies in the streets, piles of dead people. When the Black Plague was like the devil himself coming back to Earth, bro. Like a third, it was a third of Europe. I'm pretty sure it was more than a third of Europe. I think it was maybe a third of Europe as a whole, but a ton of, like, certain areas, like, almost everybody died. How many people in Europe died of the Black Plague? 50 million people, but this was in the 1300s. So 50 million people in the 1300s is way more than the 1900s. 30 to 60% of the continent's population of Europe died. Florence, for example, lost up to 60% of its population, similar to London. So, like, heavily populated cities lost, like, more than half of their people.
Just because of how quickly it spread, or how quickly their
It was a third of the world. That's what it was.
patients died, but the process of how people died from it. Heliotrope cyanosis was a symptom of the Spanish flu, where a patient's skin would slowly turn purple as their lungs filled with fluid, preventing them from getting enough oxygen into their bloodstream. The blue/purple color would start in their lips and fingers, but eventually spread across their whole body as they neared death. After the patient passed, their entire body would then quickly turn from purple to black. Truly horrific stuff. To make matters worse, 1918 was also the final year of World War I, which saw another 5 million global casualties and made most of Europe no fun. Also in this year, you had the Russian Revolution going on, which ended the House of Romanov for good with the assassination of Nicholas II and his family this year. This revolution allowed Vladimir Lenin to take power, where he established a totalitarian dictatorship that oversaw the mass killing of political dissidents. The revolution was marked by brutal civil war and famine, which killed millions more. And finally, the Treaty of Versailles was being drafted, which, while not initially terrible, put Germany in a super bad mood that had some pretty major downstream consequences. But more on that later. Number 9, 1492.
What happened in 1492? I feel like there's a gap. I feel like there's a gap in human knowledge. Like, most humans know a lot of shit that happened between 1800 and, like, today. And then you know a little bit about the 1600s and, like, Jamestown and, you know, fucking witch trial shit, blah, blah, blah. You know, you could even go back to, like, certain, like, poets or people that were alive, like musicians in, like, 1300s. 1492, Columbus. Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. Ooh. That one slipped the brain for a minute there. Yeah.
We all know in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But by doing
you gotta say the rhyme for me to know. You can't just show me the date.
that, Columbus also opened up a portal to hell for nearly everyone who is currently living in the Americas.
Yo, that motherfucker was a horrible person, bro. They don't teach. Yo, they deadass didn't teach. I feel like now they probably do. I remember when I was a kid, bro, they did not teach about Columbus being a horrible person. They were like, Columbus founded the Americas. That motherfucker lied to the Native Americans and said that the fucking moon was gonna, or the sun was gonna disappear, or the moon was gonna disappear. They lied. He was like, hey, the sun's gonna disappear if you don't fucking give us food. And they were like, no, it won't, because who the fuck would believe that? And he just knew knowledge about astronomy, and he said his god was more powerful than theirs. And then there was a fucking solar eclipse, and the sun disappeared. And then they fucking gave them all their food, and then died.
Every indigenous person that came in contact with the Europeans...
I thought he said the moon would be of blood. I'm pretty sure he just predicted a solar eclipse. Yeah, in 1504, there was a total lunar eclipse. During his fourth voyage, Christopher Columbus induced the inhabitants of Jamaica to continue provisioning him and his hungry men, intimidating them by predicting a total lunar eclipse. Some claim Columbus used the ephemeris of the German astronomer, but Columbus himself attributed the prediction to the Almanac of Abraham Zacuto. He got beached, blah, blah, blah. They needed food. They couldn't give it to him, and then he, like, basically just, like,
settler was
lied
either
to them. He would also, like, you know, do some pretty fucked up shit in general.
Killed by a disease, killed in the slave trade, killed in war, or died of a broken heart. And while it certainly didn't all happen in 1 year, the introduction of European settlers to the Americas ended up killing 90% of the indigenous population.
Even if it was a peaceful interaction, Europeans brought over diseases that the Native Americans hadn't encountered yet. And then they all died. Same thing with like a lot of encounters with like Amazonian like tribes. Like you just like go see them, you could be peaceful, and then they're all just gonna get like fucking smallpox and die.
Diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza decimated communities that had no immunity to these foreign illnesses.
Why aren't actors ugly anymore?
We came, we saw, we kicked its ass.
Bill Murray was 33 when he shot Ghostbusters.
That's right, boys.
And I gotta say, Bill Murray is an unconventionally attractive man. Before we get into why aren't actors ugly anymore, I'm going to do a bit of Bill Murray glaze here. I don't think Bill Murray's ugly. I think Bill Murray is a black pill 4, right? Sub 5. But I think the way he puts himself on is like an 8. You know who's really attractive? And I always glaze this guy. From the Fallout show, Walton Goggins. I think Walton Goggins is one of the few men that can rock the horrible hairline. And he is also, I think Walton Goggins is like a 9. Like, Walton Goggins is a very attractive man, but he's unconventionally attractive. He has a very bad hairline. And he doesn't really, I think it's like his facial symmetry is very nice. He's a good bone structure. Now I'm glazing.
This is what actors in their 30s and 40s look like. But something has changed since then, because actors that age...
Facial surgery and Botox. Large-scale facial surgery from the Hollywood's greatest to try and keep themselves looking the same that they did in their 20s. To where when they're like 50, they start looking like dolls. And it's scary. Like, I love a man in Hollywood that owns the wrinkles, you know? Like, owns the wrinkles. There's a lot of older women in Hollywood that do it, and I think a lot of women in Hollywood don't go overboard. I think a lot of women in Hollywood get, like, base Botox to kind of, like, get rid of, like, the crow's feet, but, like, I'm never going to judge what people want to do with their face, and this is kind of me, it's sounding like I'm judging, but, like, Ryan Gosling does a lot, he has a lot of, I don't know if this image is edited, but, like, his face is more puffy from what he's done, you know? Like, I still think he looks great, but it's like, there becomes a point where it's like, okay, you look like a 50-year-old that's making themselves try to look 30, versus like, I think you can look great as an aging man or woman, right? Who's like an older actor that doesn't do Botox or like facial surgery stuff? Like, maybe like Ashton Kutcher, but he's also not that old. Jack Black. Jack Black was never, I'm more talking about like guys that were considerable heartthrobs, you know? Like people that were like, you know, praised for their attractiveness. Whereas, like, Jack Black, I think he's obviously great-looking man. Stunning. Has cheetah eyes. But, you know, he was never praised for his attractiveness. He was praised for his acting abilities, his singing, how, like, cool he was. William Dafoe. Yeah. William Dafoe does it well, too. Yeah, like, I think he looks good. I know he's old, but he looks like, it's like, I fuck with that, you know? Like, dude, that was like the uncanny shit was that Dunkin' commercial. Can we watch that real quick? And then we'll get back into it. Like, I know they CGI de-aged everybody, but it was fucking creepy. But, like, they made all of them, oh my God, like Joey, what is his name? Not Joey Tribbiani. Well, that's who he plays, but I always forget his actor's name. Dude, that's creepy. No, the worst one is Jennifer Aniston. They make Jennifer Aniston look scary when she shows up, bro. Like, she looks like a doll, the way they CGI her face. Oh my God. It's just, I think that's one of the reasons why actors aren't ugly anymore. But, like, it's also just this obsession with looks on social media, especially short form media now, where I think a lot of people that get opportunities, it's like the foot in the door is no longer the acting ability, it's the look. I think Hollywood is so much more now about like, we want a guy that's going to look good, right? but it gets unrealistic. You know what I mean? Like, now we have, like, Timothy Chalamet. I'm not saying he has this, but, like, Timothy Chalamet did Marty Supreme. I think he did a great job. You know, blah, blah, blah. The promotion was awesome, right? But, like, you could have, like, Timothy Chalamet playing a regular New York taxi driver. Totally unrealistic. Totally unrealistic. Let's get a guy that actually looks like a fucking New York City taxi driver, okay? Let's get a regular guy off the street and fucking cast him. Why are we trying to make people... Why are we fitting these, like, 10 out of 10 actors in terms of attractiveness to, like, just, like, an average role? We're like, yeah, this guy's definitely going to just be flipping burgers. No.
Today don't look like this anymore.
I lost my hand!
They look like this. Or like this. Actors today...
Yeah, 35? What the fuck?
Today need to have great hair, perfect skin, and be in flawless shape. They don't look like regular people anymore. They look like supermodels. This isn't every single actor.
No, they look like supermodels, and then there's, like, this weird diverging role, right? It's like older movies from, like, 2010 and before. You had people that were really attractive. You had the average-looking guy or woman. And then you have, like, people that get cast in ugly roles, right? Like, they did it a lot in Disney. They did it a lot in Nickelodeon. They do it a lot in, like, comedy movies where, like, they literally cast somebody to be the ugly guy. Now, it's, like, really attractive people, average extras, and then ugly people as roles. I always wonder that, too. I'm like, that sucks to be cast as, like, the fat guy in a role. I always wonder if that upsets them, you know? Because there's so many movies where it's like, they literally cast you as the ugly fat guy. But that's your role. Like, you're not a main character. You're just like a side scene for 5 minutes where it's like, oh, look how ugly and fat this guy is. And then they move on.
But it's clear there's been an overall change in how A-list performers look. And it's also how they're shown to the camera, like in low lighting and with more vibrant colours. They're surrounded by other people, and on an actual set, rather than a green screen.
Everything's under control, situation normal.
You're probably going to say this is because of a wider trend of movies looking bland and flat nowadays, and things like bad lighting, dull colours, and the Netflixy look make basically everything in modern movies look worse. And also, we can't ignore cosmetic surgery.
As my plastic surgeon always said.
But if you look at movies from before the millennia, it's hard to deny that the actors looked more like regular people.
Keep it still back there, lady, or else we're gonna have to shoot you.
I feel like maybe, do you think that it's also just the lack of average-looking people getting into acting? Because all the people that I know now in social media and just also in my life that get into acting are like 8 out of 10 or higher. I think like so many people that love theater and want to get into acting, you know, that's the guy that fits the bill, you know, looks like an everyday dude, gets powers, becomes some superhero god, has that really cringy scene where they slick his hair back when he's Venom and he's like, I hate that scene, by the way. That's the worst. Like that, whenever I see that scene, it's right below the Happy Birthday song in Breaking Bad.
Chaotic tear across his mask.
Mr. Osborn.
But for Tom Holland, he's got a couple of cuts that seem very intentionally placed, and his suit isn't ripped at all. His mask hasn't been torn open, but just neatly taken off.
Hey, Blondie? Water?
After Clint Eastwood walked 70 miles in the desert, his face is completely scarred and burned. We can barely recognize him. But today, there aren't many examples of actors looking scarred like this. It seems like everyone has to look perfect all the time. It's as if somewhere along the way, almost every actor has taken...
That movie was so fucking bad. That movie was so fucking bad. Jurassic World, love Scarlett Johansson. My God, this movie was terrible. Every scene, she's like, well, I'm a co-op expert. That's why they hired me. I'm a co-op expert. What the fuck do you have to do? I'm a co-op expert. Okay, so we're bringing you to go extract dinosaur blood? You worked in the military and, like, covert shit. What the hell does that have to do with going to stab a T-Rex? Okay? You have your skill transfer. That's like you being a pro in Rocket League and being like, I'm a Rocket League pro. And we're in fucking Vietnam. And we're in Vietnam. You know, we're loading artillery, and you're like, don't worry, I was SSL. That means about jack shit to me. What the fuck does that have to do with this?
It's as if somewhere along the way almost every actor has taken the substance and transformed into a kind of picture-perfect version of themselves. Not a single wrinkle, not a hair out of place, and completely smooth skin. The best we'll get is maybe a small smear of dirt or a tiny...
The worst that I despise is movie scenes where they're like so fucked. They've been surviving in the wilderness. They, you know, fighting limb to limb to survive. And then you see their teeth, pearly white. They've been in the jungle for 6 months. And they fuck up their face and they make them look, you know, all messed up. And then they're like, and you see the glare off their teeth. I'm like, yo, it's not like, why we can't tint their teeth yellow to make this look more real.
Cut. And they look great, but when everyone looks perfect, things start to get a bit stale.
Well, see, no, that scene's different because that's just Vin Diesel, right? That's Dom Toretto. Vin Diesel after plunging a burning car into dirty water. It's Dom Toretto.
And they look great.
Dom Toretto's fucking a badass.
But when everyone looks perfect, things start to get a bit stale. And sure, this isn't every single actor working today. You can still find distinct looking people, but it seems like it is the majority of them. In an article from
That's what I was saying.
2021, Raquel S. Benedict likens our body to become an investment in which we have to maximize our value through looking good. We're reduced to a collection of features like perfect skin or a strong jawline. The body is not—
Oh my god, what is that thing called where it's supposed to give you a better jaw? Bro, just like chew gum. I never understand that shit. Jawzercise, I think is the name of the product.
Features like perfect skin or a strong jawline. The body is no longer the vehicle through which we experience joy and pleasure, but a status symbol that needs to be constantly presentable to the world.
Put your greasy tits away, you preening slut.
For actors, this is taken to the extreme, especially for women. They can never age or show any imperfection. They need to be a bankable star, and a big part of this is looking good on camera.
Pretty girls should always smile.
Let's take hairlines as an example. Sure, Andrew Garfield probably got a hair transplant because he thought it would improve his appearance, but also because it's better to have a smaller forehead as a leading man. And with modern technology, if you can fix this, why wouldn't you?
Yes, Sergeant!
This just wasn't the case in the past, hence a wider spectrum of hairlines and a bigger aesthetic variety.
I wouldn't touch one hair on his goddamn little head.
But today, this is becoming increasingly noticeable, and more people are—
But it's when they're playing a role. I think you want a smaller forehead when the main character is 40 or below. But if you're a main character in your 50s as a guy, having a perfect hairline is almost off-putting. Because the average man in his 50s is going to either be bald or have a receding hairline. Like, without a doubt.
Commenting on it, and here are a few things they've said. I miss actors having normal teeth, and then a picture of Tom Cruise from The Outsiders.
Check this out, buddy.
It's so annoying and just plain boring that everyone has the same teeth, the same body. I miss people looking—
Okay, well, the Barbie movie is a bad example because Margot Robbie is supposed to look uncannily perfect. Like, I was gonna mention the Barbie movie where she's supposed to look perfect, right?
Different and interesting.
Restroom and make sure my hair is perfect.
I watched Invasion of the Body Snatchers last night, and it stood out to me that while Sutherland is hot, he's also clearly in his 40s. Like, if Hollywood wanted to make a movie of a 40-something A-lister playing a middle-aged health inspector, who would they cast? Ryan Reynolds? Chris Evans?
I got this.
We no longer have leading men who are good-looking and charismatic, but also don't look like they wake up at 5 AM to hit the gym. On Twitter, someone was talking about the 1974 movie Taking of Pelham 123. They said it's weirdly invigorating to watch a movie where every actor has an incredible face, and they all look normal, like no veneers in sight.
This is supposed to be a democracy.
Old actors have more grace than current ones. We can't have a truly accurate cast for the Beatles because they just don't make weird, crusty-looking young men actors like that anymore. I miss casting movies that weren't all A-listers or trying to be. Sometimes just having normal-ass people in your movie make—
I have been complaining about the fact that— oh wow, this guy plays the serial killer in Dexter. Anyways, sorry. I don't even know this guy's name, but I just recognize the face. I've been ranting about how I don't like that the new actors, like Gen Z actors, it's like there's like 5 of them. there's like 5 of them. Whenever you see a big new movie coming out, it's never like a random actor playing the main role. It's always somebody that's like super famous. And I think it's this idea too from Hollywood that like what gets ticket sales is mainstream actors. And it's true to a degree that like if you see a movie that's coming out and it has a famous actor in it, you're more likely to go see it. You know, like if Jacob Elordi, is in a movie, you're going to be like, well, I kind of want to go see that. But if Jacob Elordi's not in the film and it's just like some random guy that isn't that super attractive, or woman for that matter, it's like, you know, it's the same thing. The level of popular actors is like, it's a smaller pool now.
Makes it feel more realistic. To which someone replied, convinced this will be the downfall of the Odyssey. Which brings us on to perhaps a good label to put on this kind of perfect looking A-lister we see today. iPhone face. It's hard to define, but I think it's basically this kind of pristine look that most actors seem to have. It's why some people look out of place in period pieces, because they've got a modern haircut or their teeth are too white. They're striving for a kind of look that didn't really exist before the 21st century. And this speaks to a kind of aesthetic that many modern movies have. They're perfectly lit, the set perfectly designed, the actors in perfectly clean clothes. But this kind of perfection just makes it all look boring. It's the messiness of a normal...
And it doesn't bring... The immersion's not there. Like, I want to see some shit where, you know, their couch is fucked up. Like, you're supposed to be this, like, struggling artist in this film, and you're playing, like, somebody that's broke. Meanwhile, yeah, your apartment's small, but you have, like, a brand new couch, and your carpet's perfectly clean, and you have no crumbs on the floor. There's no, like, weird marks on the walls, you know? Like, every regular room for somebody, you're going to have, like, a scratch or a hole in the wall. Like, why don't they have that? Method acting? Well, not even method acting for the actor. I'm more saying, like, the sets just suck.
Or the dirt kicked up from horses, the colour of the set, and the way it's lit. We're losing a sense of personality not only in how actors look, but in how films in general look.
Hello?
Digital cinematography has given everything the same kind of Netflixy feel. Look, this isn't every movie, and it's not every actor. If you look for it, you can find interesting looking people.
Oh, that movie was so fucking stupid. Oh my god, no, I'm gonna get so mad if... Dude, every time he shows that Jurassic Park movie. Where if you don't know, there's like this... They're going... Okay, so in the Jurassic Park movie, the new one, dinosaurs exist, but they only can live at the equator, and you're not allowed to go to the equator. This stupid fucking family is driving a boat through the equator, and they get capsized by a dinosaur. Shocker. They all freak out. The boyfriend's a dick, blah, blah, blah. They end up getting picked up by Scarlett Johansson and her crew, which is trying to extract dinosaur blood to, like, cure cancer. That's the plot, right? Like, it's trying to, like, cure cancer, extend people's lifetimes. It's going to, like, make people immortal or some shit, right? And you're just sitting here like, oh, okay. They don't even explain why. And they get on this boat. They end up getting separated. And the family is, like, struggling to survive in this area. And they're like, none of them die, by the way. Spoiler. Which is, like, so stupid. Because, you know, this is, like, a family of 5 that has no survival expertise. And they just get lucky at every corner. It's just, like, full plot armor. And while they're all, like, struggling for their life and, like, running from these crazy dinosaurs, one of their daughter, like, befriends this tiny dinosaur. And I'm like, dude, she would be terrified of that motherfucker. Their boat got capsized by a dinosaur. She's never seen dinosaurs in real life like this. They land on this island. They're getting chased by dinosaurs. And she sees this baby dinosaur that's, like, cute or whatever. And she's like, aw. I'm like, oh, hell no. She would not, like, walk up to that thing. Dude, everybody would be traumatic. I would be scared to walk up to anything that was moving.
People in modern movies, but this whole change in how actors, and by extension movies in general, look is a natural result of an industry that's afraid to take risks. Movies need to make money, so they minimize anything that could theoretically make the film less successful, but in the process, remove what makes it special. Both films and actors aren't ugly anymore. They're not dirty anymore or bruised anymore. No one looks normal, and everyone looks perfect, and this is a problem.
It's worse than Hubie Halloween. No, Hubie Halloween is a bottom 3 film. I love Adam Sandler. I think that when he plays that role where he does that, like, ooh, I don't know. I just have some soup in a bowl. I'm like, shut up. Shut up. That's like so it's so annoying. And it's like he's not playing the role well. It's like he has like 5 characters and one of them's like a quirky, weird guy that he plays. And he does the same thing in Waterboy. And it's like, oh my God. And he's, no, it's just, dude, it's so, I can't get over it. And there's Adam Sandler movies that I love. I just think that those movies are unbearable. Actually, no, Jack and Jill's worse than Hubie Halloween. Jack and Jill was the worst movie that he's ever made. I gotta piss again, and we're gonna hop into the next movie.